Definitely bright. I don't see no hoops out here.
Yeah, man.
Wow. I think this is my first time on a baseball field now.
They play on turf.
It's turf? They play on turf?
I didn't know they played on turf.
This is tough though.
This is tough. I ain't gonna lie.
So how'd they have the course set up? On the right-hand side?
So they would play in here?
Yo, this is actually wild. Damn. This is the ticket?
Ticket for opening night.
Sheesh. Sky Dome. I'm not gonna lie, I did not know it was called Sky Dome.
I didn't know it was called Sky Dome. It's called the Sky Dome.
I wasn't born yet. Opening night. That's crazy. Look at all the fans, man. That's like, you know, it kind of just shows just the excitement of the Raptors, like from day one.
I had been working for the Denver Nuggets, and strangely enough, we were having some financial troubles. One of the things one of our owners wanted to consider was relocating to Toronto.
San Antonio was even more real because Red McCombs had the club for sale. It was pre-David Robinson and Tim Duncan.
I know this guy in Toronto, he's interested in an NBA team. Well, it turned out to be Larry Tannenbaum. But the Commissioner Stern put a stopper on Larry acquiring and moving the Denver Nuggets.
David Stern was very adverse to teams switching cities. We just had to concentrate on going after expansion then. It was a pretty competitive group. Labatt's had lined up with Larry. What is now Live Nation, we're teamed up with Magic Johnson. And then who's this like 30-year-old kid that thinks he can do it?
John Bitove Jr. celebrated his 33rd birthday in style. Hours earlier, he found out that it was his group that had been given the go-ahead by the NBA to negotiate for an expansion team for the city of Toronto.
We were able to build a trust with the league. It wasn't just about having a good team. If we're not strong in the community and if we don't grow the sport as a sport, it doesn't matter what we do on the court, we're not going to succeed. And I think that was a very important piece. We were the only Canadian team that had a foundation to raise money to invest in sport when we started. None of that stuff existed back then. And everyone thought we were crazy. But it was all part of the idea of how do you create a broader reach for the fan base as opposed to just your diehard white male fan.
I had actually received a call from John Bitove about Isaiah, so I obviously gave Isaiah a great review because I had played with him at University at Indiana and thought the world of him. I knew he was a great leader.
Isaiah was committed to growing basketball in Canada. It wasn't just a job. We almost saw it as a mission, which was, let's just make Toronto a great basketball city. So he had that conviction.
I called up Isaiah and said, hey, if you're getting a job in Toronto, why don't you include me? It's been a great run since then.
I wanted T-Rex. I thought dinosaur would be cool because no pro team has a dinosaur. And then my son Brett, before we put the 10 names in for the vote, he said, if you like T-Rex, why don't you like Raptors?
They lived over 85 million years ago, but they're coming back to play a little hoop.
It was a lot of work, but a lot of fun. Working alongside some young, energetic, smart people, everyone doing their parts. And I think John Bitove was the right owner at the right time. Really got our franchise off on a good start with a different brand than other sports teams in town. More youthful, more vibrant, just a hipper version of what a sports team could be.
Ideas just kept evolving, and that was all part of the fun of it. I think the fact that we were all so young, we all had such a go-for-it attitude.
Finding the way to build a team, looking for Isaiah's leadership.
That's where Isaiah said, trust me. The last 2 months, he had zoned in. I'm going to build the team around Damon.
You told about this night.
Draft night. June 28th, 1995. And the draft just happens to be in Toronto.
On the shores of Lake Ontario, beautiful Toronto, Ontario, Canada, site of the 1995 NBA Draft. They're saying, we want Ed, we want Ed, we want Ed O'Bannon. I don't know if that's going to be the situation with the Toronto Raptors.
The player they wanted us to pick, we knew that he had an injury problem, and we knew that would be a risky pick.
The first time I ever heard the expression, he's got a bad wheel, and I said, what's that? He goes, his leg, his knee. Now, Isaiah really wanted Kevin Garnett, but then word started getting out of that. He wasn't around by then.
Good evening, and welcome to the 1995 NBA Draft. Held for the first time in Canada, home of the NBA's two newest teams, the Vancouver Grizzlies and the Toronto Raptors.
At that point, I had an idea that Toronto was going to draft me, but I did not know for sure. Isaiah obviously loved Kevin Garnett. Everybody, who didn't love Kevin Garnett, right? How it was put to me by my agent, if Kevin Garnett was gone before the 5th pick, I was going to Minnesota at 5. If Kevin Garnett slipped to 7, or Toronto moved up to get Kevin, then, you know, obviously they weren't going to draft me. So I had an idea that I was going to go somewhere between 5 and 7. Get to the draft, Joe goes 1. You know, McDyess goes 2, Stack goes 3, Rasheed goes 4, so everything's kind of going according to plan. Now it's almost like if there's no glitches in the game, I know where I'm going. KG goes 5. I know I'm not going to Vancouver because they didn't even bring me in for a workout. Big Country goes there, Toronto's up, there's a lot of anticipation, there's a lot of different things going on. When you're getting drafted, everybody gets in position. So essentially the cameras were making their way to my table. So I'm just sitting there and I'm just soaking it all up and I hear my name called.
With the 7th pick in the 1995 NBA Draft, their first draft and their first pick, the Toronto Raptors select Damon Stoudamire from the University of Arizona.
And I lean back in my chair and I do this. When I do that, right, I just think about all the hard work and all the dedication that it took to get to that point. Then I think about my mother, and then I think about my grandmother who passed away in 1990, and I wish she had been there. It was kind of a quick reflection, boom, I get back, I walk out there, I hear some boos, you hear some cheers. You can't really tell, to be honest with you. Going through that moment, then going through the media, I really realized we were all going to go through a process together. Not only was I there to be a good basketball player, but I was there to be an ambassador for basketball in Canada, and especially for the city of Toronto. I knew they took a chance on me, you know, under 6-foot guard. I really appreciated the organization because at that time, we were all learning together. They did everything they could to make life easier for me, and I did the best I could to play the best basketball I can, not only for the organization, but for the city.
There's some mixed response, some boos, some cheers. Take some time. Go change those boos to cheers, will you?
Well, I'm definitely going to try to do that. You know, every fans have their expectations, but you know, the organization had their expectation and standards, and they felt that I was the person that could help this program, or excuse me, this organization out the most right now.
Okay, good luck.
All right, thank you.
Every training camp I've been at, it's like usually we're the city we play in, but it's been cool.
It's kind of our first opportunity to build that team camaraderie, be able to kind of get out there on the court with each other. As it always is, high intensity, a lot of energy out there, everybody trying to figure out ways to be impactful on the floor.
Come on! Give me that, man!
It's been amazing to be here, be around a lot of those guys, and just, you know, being able to, for me personally, start to build that chemistry with them on the court.
We had really set the tone, you know, starting from kind of summer league of, you know, how we're going to play and the style we're going to play. So right when we got to training camp, we kind of just attacked that and hit it down full force.
I think this has been a really good training camp for us. When you have such a young team, you can do a lot of teaching, a lot of coaching, and a lot of sort of like building systems. What's been most impressive is that our players have really stuck to the basics, stuck to the fundamentals of what Coach Darko's trying to implement with them, both offensively and defensively, but even more importantly in terms of culture.
What up?
I remember when I was young, and the Raptors were just starting, the representation of seeing somebody doing it made it more real for me. And I think it's the same thing for the youth that were at that clinic, that seeing NBA players made it more real for them, that the NBA is attainable, it's possible, but also it's real.
For all my teammates, it's awesome to get to come to Montreal, get to come to where you guys stay and live and get to play your game and just bring our love and passion for basketball to you. We're just really excited to be here, and we hope you guys are excited to have us.
We have touch points with different cities, different communities, different areas across the country. If we're in Vancouver or if we're in PEI.
1, 2, 3, Raptors!
There's something unique about the Raptor brand, and I think for that experience in Montreal, but anywhere we go, a connection point with our fans, but it's more just people to people. It's understanding the sort of diversity and the wonderfulness of Canadians and allowing our players to see it, but also allowing the great community of Canada to see our players as well.
Training camp was in Hamilton. During that time, there was a lockout. The lockout was over maybe 2 days before training camp was officially to start. I didn't get to Toronto until the day before training camp. I had a press conference, I signed my contract, and then immediately got on the bus. I remember, Hamilton, it's about an hour away. And so I'm leaving this big city. And then we get to Hamilton, I'm like, man, it's small. And you know what? I don't know nothing. So at the end of the day, I'm an NBA player. That's all I really cared about at that time. We had 2 days. We practiced from 9 to 12, break, came back 5 to 8 for 2 weeks. That's what we did. I was tired. I was drained. I was like, if this is the NBA, I'm not going to make it. Our first preseason game, we play in Halifax. Your practices get redundant. It's kind of, you're doing the same thing every day. You're playing against the same players. You dang near fighting each other. You're tired. You're tired of each other. So playing against some new blood was going to be good. And so I figured I'd get a little bit extra juice. But man, once I ran out that tunnel for that game, it was like a switch went on. Boop.
Just about ready to go. It's underway. Tap is controlled by the Raptors. Robertson gives to Stoudamire. And once again, Damon Stoudamire, good hands, alertly picks it up, takes it up, lays it in. Back to Stoudamire. Fakes, drives, shoots, hits. Stoudamire stops and pops over Richard Dumas for 2.
First preseason game, I remember like it was yesterday. I think I got about 28 and 10. I had some bumps in the road, but for the most part, it was like, figuring it out. Way
downtown, Stoudamire, he hit!
Played with really good veterans. I wouldn't have had the year I did if it wasn't for guys like John Sally, if it wasn't for guys like Willie Anderson, Alvin Robinson, Oliver Miller, Tony Massenberg.
It was a funny team, man. We had character. It was a real eclectic mix of personalities. We spent a lot of time laughing at one another.
Stoudamire spins, fakes, shoots, swish.
To be playing in front of people and kind of introducing them to NBA basketball, you wanted to always go out and give a great effort. And you wanted to represent the league in a way that would leave great memories for these people if they never get to an NBA game again.
Robertson will go strong.
We were going all over the place to play games, but the craziest thing was playing in the Sky Dome. People don't understand. That was different. Man, you know what? I was at my mother's house and she had this. She had this too. So a lot here to unpack. I thought this is a dope pick. I was like, man, they got me leaning, but then they got the tower leaning. That's what I thought was nice about it. I was like, man, how did for them to do that? Yeah, it's nice. 30 years. I got butterflies every time I play, a little anxiety. But this was something different. I had a lot of family in town, obviously, so they came to see my first professional game. I remember the day like it was yesterday. It was a Friday, and just You know, it was like draft night. The day was moving so slow. There it is. You know, it's crazy. You to come here. To come here and pass by it now. All these years later, and look up. Obviously, they changed the name, but it's still the same spot. For me, it's always going to be the same spot. It was a lot of great things that went on in that building that first year. For me, this is regardless of what goes on in this city, no matter how much these new buildings go up and things of that nature. Like for me, this is what I'll always remember. My first arena, my first NBA arena.
Welcome live to Toronto, Ontario. The Sky Dome, the site tonight of what will be many, many more basketball nights in Canada.
A lot of nerves. It was a lot of nervous energy. So many people at that game, boy. There was history in the making.
The very first game was amazing. The thing I remember, I'll never forget, the game was played, I think, maybe a week after one of the Quebec referendums, and it just passed 51-49. Very, very tenuous point in history for Canada.
It was a very close vote. I mean, less than 1% difference between Quebec voting to separate from Canada. And what I remember is the Bare Naked Ladies were singing the national anthem.
And in the middle stanza, they broke into French, and the fans cheered.
The unity that we expressed by including the French and the reaction that arena in Toronto, not in Montreal or Quebec City, the positive reaction that garnered was a very important kind of inclusivity.
It shows the power that sport can do to bring people together, bring communities together, and to celebrate the community and the nation.
The opening tip, watching Eddie Pinckney jump center against now the late Yinka Dari, I'm like, holy shit, like NBA basketball's in Toronto.
The opening tip, we're underway and the Raptors win it. John Tabak brings it back to Damon Stoudamire, who will set up his offense.
First game, Toronto as a pro, you playing against Kenny Anderson, who I thought was one of the best guards in the NBA. But once the ball went up, it was just like second nature.
Inside for Tabak. Alvin Robertson for three. There is the first ever basket scored by a Toronto Raptors.
John Tabak, NBA champ, setting up Alvin Robertson for that first bucket. I remember it was just old school inside-outside basketball and Mighty Mouse. I mean, it was just perfect timing to get me sucked in as a kid.
Steal by Stoudamire.
I remember it just being a really exciting time because, like, you're a basketball fan in the 90s. Like, I'm watching other teams. I'm watching Michael Jordan and the Bulls. I'm watching the Knicks. I'm watching the Pacers. And suddenly, as an NBA fan, you have a team that you can root for in your hometown. And that couldn't have been more exciting for someone my age at the time.
We had to find a place to play while we were waiting to build our own arena, and Sky Dome was there. It served its purpose, obviously far from perfect. We were able to sell a hell of a lot of number of tickets. Some records were set there, and it was great to see when the Sky Dome was completely full.
I think I probably saw every game of the Sky Dome. It was a pit, but I think I saw every game in there. It was like really something odd.
It just stood out because it was so spacious, and it didn't feel like that place where you could definitely have a home court advantage.
It was so cold in the Sky Dome. We used to wear hoodies in practice, but it was a part of it. You know what I mean? The games was freezing. The only thing, the backdrops and the trajectories or the rims, at times it threw you off. But for the most part, listen, I was a rookie. It didn't even matter. So a lot of things that probably as I became older and knew, it didn't even bother me none because I was just more so excited about being an NBA player. It was like the newness of everything.
Robertson, Stoudamire. Impressive effort by the Toronto Raptors, Damon Stoudamire.
Opening night looked a lot different 30 years ago. Purple pinstripes popping at the Sky Dome, eventually moving from right field to right down the road.
Bring it in. Come on, baby, first game. Let's go out there, play hard, do everything we've been doing in practice.
Scotty Barnes, official face of the franchise, ready to lead in a year where we celebrate being Northside since '95.
Scotty sends it ahead to Damon Stoudamire. That guy can dart.
There was a freshness to everything that we were doing.
Good defensive effort here. Here's Stoudamire.
We knew that the journey was going to be a little rough.
Garland off the bounce. Brady Dick swats it away.
But we vowed to do our best and have fun so we can remember those moments.
Shot clock down to 4. Scotty. Oh, I love it. Stoudamire hits the 3. Here's a young man that has no fear. He's just getting stronger as the season goes on.
There's not one moment I don't remember, good or bad, my first year.
Drive, does the boogaloo, in he goes, gets it up quickly, that's what you want, a three-pointer.
I think he's a little underappreciated. I mean, he was aptly nicknamed Mighty Mouse, and he brought a lot to the table, brought a lot to the court. His passion, his excitement, his skill level, it was all wonderful to see, and I think really helped launch the franchise.
Fans, he was the first player to ever be drafted by the Toronto Raptors. Would you please give it up for Mighty Mouse? It's Damon Stoudamire!
I just personally want to thank you because without you guys, there would have been no me. This is where my journey started, and I'm just appreciative of everything the city of Toronto did for me.
Basketball, more than any other sport, is about individuals. It's about superstars, and he was the best player on the team by far. This is building up the game's visibility within the city and the country, so he meant everything.
He was the heart and soul. Toronto loves the workmanlike player, the I'm going to give it to you every night player.
Stoudamire then behind the back sprints, putting on a show. Oh, Damon Stoudamire, are you kidding me?
If Damon was a 7-foot guy, I don't think the team would have resonated with people as quickly as it did. Everyone saw him out there putting it on the floor, and I think he gave us an identity.
Quick hands, 2 on the shot clock.
When I think back, the things I did there, and as the time goes on, nobody can ever take that from me. Winning Rookie of the Year, being the face of a new team, franchise, and the face of a country. I would never take that time for granted, and when I'm long gone, in the record book, it's still gonna say first draft pick ever, Damon Stoudamire.
Damn, I'm getting a history lesson today.
Me too, low key.
Wow.
The fan love, the fan support, from day one has been crazy.
Being a part of that now is unbelievable now, because it's that and even more.
Everybody in the organization, we grew up together. We had good times together, we made mistakes together. And I think that was the beauty of it back then. You're gonna always have a part of that with you, being that first ever team, being on that first ever team.
What do you think would have been like to play with Vince?
Man, it would have been amazing.
describe Vince in one word?
One word.
One word, that's tough.
Harder.
To the basket!
Oh, wow!
Phenomenal.
Electrifying.
Oh, my!
Amazing.
Amazing's too simple. I was awestruck.
The things that he did, it was effortless. I just think about how graceful he was.
Game-winning threes, game-winning shots, and he was fearless. Maybe that's the best word to describe him as fearless.
He was special, very special player.
Whether he was going to come down and dunk on you or he was going to take that game-winning shot, Vince Carter was not scared of the moment.
Who is this guy? He seems like a superhero.
Man, was he ever special.
I mean, I feel like who couldn't be a Vince fan?
He was always half mad, half amazing, you know what I mean? Air Canada, insanity, half man, half amazing. I mean, this man has a lot of nicknames. I have one. Think about it, he has like 10.
The Hall of Fame means you're going to win an NCAA championship, you're going to win an NBA championship, you're going to win a lot of things in life. And this is the combination of all of those things coming to this beautiful, like a plant, that's grown and the flowers are blooming right here at the Hall of Fame.
Excited, of course, very, very much humbled, have even asked myself silently, God, why us? Why me? Why Vince? Then the next moment, why not?
Don't take that. It's good.
Vince is an amazing person, human being, father, provider, role model. I mean, not only with his family, but in the community, in the world. And he is just an amazing creature that you love and adore.
That tall guy with the bald head, smiling. JYD. It's Jacket Ring Day, so I'm excited. I'm excited about it. Can't believe it's here. It's real. It's real. Excuse me, sir. If you don't mind, I just like 1 second of your time.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
How you been?
Long overdue and well deserved.
How you been?
My favorite, one of my favorites of all time.
Hey!
Congrats, Vince. Congrats.
Thank you, man.
Really,
Appreciate
you
it.
deserve
How
it.
you
So
doing?
deserved. Proud of you. I know how important this is.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you,
Have a
man.
good night and enjoy it.
He is my brother.
Yes, sir.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't see you. Sorry, I didn't know.
You snow blind, huh?
You
ready to get a new jacket?
I am.
All right, this looks good.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, it's good.
I want the one that looked like this, though.
Yeah.
I tell you, everybody who was a Hall of Famer, I have a great appreciation for him that's here because now I get to rub elbows and join them. Yeah, thank you.
You good?
This is Vincent.
How are you, man? You good? Old lady. Well, good luck. All right, man. You guys have a good night.
Named NBA Rookie of the Year in 1999, spectacular aerial artist who electrified the basketball world at the 2000 Slam Dunk Contest, and then unleashed Vince Sanity in Sydney, earning an Olympic gold. He would go on to become an 8-time NBA All-Star, the only player in league history to play in 4 decades, one of the most prolific scorers the game has ever seen.
something special to wear that jacket. And I think that, I ain't know Vince was gonna play 22 years, but I know what he did when he was in Toronto. He just showed that Kobe, some of that flash, and Michael Jordan for us just to jump in the building, and he could score.
I often hear people talking about Vince is too nice of a guy. He smiles too much when he's getting ready to go play an opponent. In my opinion, that's why he smiled all the time, because he's thankful, he's blessed, and he knows it.
Excited?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good night. Congratulations. Thank you, I appreciate it.
It's really cool to see. I mean, he's such a great role model. It gives all of us something to look forward to, something to look up to, and seeing him with all of our uncles was really emotional for me. Just the big support that he has. So, many tears.
So where you at right now?
Because I ain't got it together. Hey, listen, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, and you're gonna be crying. 2 minutes? Look at me. You already. Yo, what's wrong with you? JYD said, hey, man, come on. Wait. No, he ain't. Wait. No, he said, no, dog.
Listen, please, can I finish? He said, hey, if I see you crying and tearing up and struggling, he said, I'm gonna stand up and start. Oh, my stomach hurts. Oh, that hurt my stomach.
Can I just get the two of you?
Yeah, that hurts my stomach. I couldn't wait to tell you.
The craziest thing, these are 3 teammates.
I got you backed up.
That's 3. That's right.
That's right. You left, but he can.
That's how.
Right? They drafted Vince, traded me after the write-up for the lockout. We did this, boy. We did it, boy. It's crazy, right?
Enjoy it tonight.
Yes, sir. Congratulations, man. The way to close the show. Close the show for us. I had to do it. T-Mac had to do it. I'm sending this out with a bang, all right?
Thank you.
Okay?
Gotcha.
Good luck. Larry Bird behind you.
I know.
Dr. J is sitting behind you.
Right. Right.
Larry Bird.
Yes.
Dr. J.
Yes.
This is crazy.
I got something to say. First off, to God be the glory. This guy here, T-Mac, Tracy McGrady. Ever since we found out we were cousins, and I'm sure you've heard that story before, it's been nothing but support. A shoulder to lean on, and it made sense. The day we found out we were cousins, I got that phone call from my grandmother's phone. And he said, "Cuz, I'm gonna make sure the Raptors draft you. I got you." Here we are today. It made sense. I'm about to say my locker was over here somewhere.
Over here. I think I found it.
You found it. That's a locker.
No, do a real smile.
Do a real smile.
Like you're laughing. Yes, like that. Like you're laughing at a joke.
Thanks for the real smile. As far as the city itself, what it had to offer, didn't know much until my first visit doing my workout, which didn't go so great. As far as flight delayed, lost my bag, room canceled. It was one of those things like, oh man, what a
terrible start.
He had a late workout in Chicago the day before. His flight was delayed. He came in, I think, at 3 or 4 a.m. We had to work him out again at like 8 a.m., so he had no rest. But he showed up at the gym with a smile on his face, had great energy.
You just don't know. You don't know. I mean, particularly, when you have your workout and then they don't say much to you, you just kind of left hanging. Like, how did it go? And lo and behold, I heard I had a pretty darn good workout.
With the 4th pick in the 1998 NBA draft, the Toronto Raptors select Antoine Jameson from the University of North Carolina.
You hear Antoine Jameson's name, I'm like, well, damn, maybe I did not have a good workout. Obviously, Antoine Jameson was my suite mate in college, teammate, so on and so forth. I knew he didn't work out for the Raptors. So I was totally thrown off and confused.
With the 5th pick in the 1998 NBA draft, the Golden State Warriors select Vince Carter from the University of North Carolina.
I get the hat, I'm walking up, I go to shake David Stern's hand. Now, midway up the steps, Antoine is trying to tell me that we're about to get traded for each other because he's already done, he knows what's going on. I didn't because I'm in transition to the stage, so I'm worried about not tripping up the steps. He's trying to tell me that we're about to get traded. My heart's beating so loud that I can't hear. I couldn't focus. I'm like, what? What are you saying? Too late, I'm up the steps, go shake Mr. David Stern's hand, we take the picture, and he says, stand back here, there's about to be a trade. So I'm like, damn, somebody's getting traded already. Is what I said, I'll never forget. And then as he's sitting there, Antoine's walking over. And so he's standing there. I was like, man, somebody about to get traded. He's telling me, we about to get traded. I'm like, what? There's been a trade. He goes, announce the trade. He's like, that's what I was trying to tell you, fool, that we're about to get traded. So I was like, all right,
Well, we wanted Vince all along. I was excited for his talent, his enthusiasm, his personality. He wanted to come to Toronto, which was an issue for a lot of times back then. And so we were just going to draft Vince, and that was going to be it. But then Golden State called us up on draft day and said, hey, look, we really want to make sure we get Antoine Jameson. We're a little afraid you're going to trade back and draft Antoine and then get Vince, because we're not going to draft Vince. So we said, okay, well, how can we guarantee it? And so we agreed to swap picks. It all worked out for the best for everyone. Antoine went on to have a good career, and Vince obviously became, Air Canada.
Carter to the basket. Oh, wow. Vince Carter. Oh, yeah.
The things that he did, it was effortless.
Don't make it look so easy.
Everything that everyone from the outside was seeing for the first time, a lot of times we were seeing for the first time.
To Carter. Right-handed dunk. Oh, that was sick.
It wasn't until Vince came here that people started to take notice of the Raptors.
Ahead of the back, showtime! Oh,
I caught myself on many a night being a fan.
Pass it. Oh, my goodness, I didn't see that!
To the basketball, Sooner. Vince Carter!
Oh, my! That was nasty.
There's a lot of times that I'm just left with my mouth wide open.
360 dunks, alley-oops, catch it, like whatever he did, it was one of the things. When the lights hit, he was a true performer.
Someone tosses a ball and I'm like, he's not getting it. And he does it, and I'm amazed. But the rest of the bench is like, jaw down to the ground.
Every game he played, he did something that made you go, holy sh**, did that just happen?
Vince Carter was not scared of the moment, and man, was he ever special.
Vince was not just the biggest star on the Raptors, he was the biggest star in the league.
Insanity.
Half man, half amazing. Air Canada.
I mean, this man has a lot of nicknames.
Vince driving over Stackhouse to the cup. Are you kidding me? Air Canada soaring.
We had probably one of the coolest guys on the league on our team. Everybody wanted to be like Vince.
The Raptor team with Vince Carter, we were must-see TV. That's just a fact.
When we look back at the process we have a greater appreciation for what we've experienced. Take those experiences and give them to the next generation. Drop those gems, because remember, it was done for us. We have to keep the cycle going. Guess what, y'all? From now on, they don't just say your first and last name without saying Hall of Famer.
Like I said, I did not realize the coloring of the arena, like with the red, purple, and black.
Yeah. Crazy to see that picture, to know that was media day, like the media day leading up to it for the pictures, the new uniform. Wow.
Hey, he's a point guard. Remember that. Good seeing you. How you been? You good?
I feel like I want to be.
Well, you guys back in Toronto, hanging out, celebrating. It's a pretty exciting day.
Yeah, we're just trying to two old teammates trying to catch up. That's really why we're here.
Really? I thought I was here for something else. What am I here for?
Nah, it's 21 years ago. Decided to, create a court. So I was like, hey man, let's put a court out there. Give these kids an opportunity now that basketball is booming. To have professional sports in your city, and not have a basketball court anywhere around is criminal. And here we are, 20 plus years later, to bring back to life something that I had a hand in many years ago.
They're waiting for Dad?
I need a ball. Oh, there go Paul right there. Paulie, right there with the glasses.
Oh, wait!
Vince, you're my hero.
Vince, you're my hero.
I asked Vince about PlayStation.
PlayStation? You owe me $200.
No, I don't. Why do I owe you $200?
Because I bought the damn game. The credit card, Moms didn't approve you to buy anything at that time.
I feel like I gave it back to you.
I feel like you did. But hey, we don't got to discuss that on camera.
It's too late.
But yeah. Those are the simple days. Right after that, couldn't go out with them. Too popular. We could go to Eaton Center. They would think I was Tracy McGrady. They would know him, but they was like, yo, that's T-Mac. They didn't know who the hell I was.
Oh, man.
But right after that, never went out with them again. Couldn't do it.
We got run out of the Eaton Center.
It was crazy. I ended up almost being his security. Back up, watch out. It was crazy, man, overnight. But yeah, you owe me $200 for that and security duties.
Fair. That's fair. Respect.
What's up, man?
We out here. We represent, bro. We represent, bro.
All for you, big dog.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Yeah. Oh man, appreciate it. Thank you, man.
How you doing?
Congrats, man. Life's good, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Damn, this is crazy. What's up, brother Vince, man? So far, so good. Yeah, man.
This is awesome right here.
I appreciate you. You don't understand.
It's unreal.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Oh man.
Happy for you, man.
Guys. How you doing, man?
What's up, man? Nothing, you good?
Yes.
Welcome, man.
Thank you, man.
Welcome.
So much.
What an honor to do this, man.
It's unbelievable. I didn't know that. Like,
that's the Carter effect, man. Yeah, it's real.
Great, man. I'm thankful. I'm like through the roof.
Enjoy.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
To see the Raptors play, I went to a couple games. Vince being, electrifying player like he was, inspires you a lot, It makes you feel like your dreams can become a reality.
Here's Carter driving baseline.
To just see the impact that he had on young hoopers, and I think for the entire basketball in Canada, what he did for basketball in that country, you're now seeing it flourish with the senior men's and women's national teams. they're that generation that is thriving off of what Vince Carter did for the game of basketball in Canada.
Nurse at the buzzer.
He's basically the godfather of the game. Talk to kids playing in the NBA now. They'll say, yeah, I was first player I remember was Vince Carter. And I wanted to become like him.
He comes up big again for the Thunder.
Huge influence. Obviously Vince was, a huge part of basketball in Canada, and just brought crazy energy to the game and to the country.
Vince, spin move inside, no! That's ridiculous!
Die-hard fan of not only Vince, but the whole Raptors and basketball. I used to watch every game. We used to listen to every game, as I was falling asleep. And yeah, he was a huge part of that.
Vince started it all. I've talked to Kelly about him going to, Vince Carter camps when he was younger.
Yeah, I remember it was crazy. Obviously him there, learning, growing. I remember the setting and the place, and meeting him and seeing him up close in person. And yeah, it was really, really cool.
The way that basketball was being played, all the talent that we had, that really started from just his impact on basketball in the whole country.
On behalf of this whole city and this country, what you've done for the game, the opportunity you gave all of us to really thrive in this game and grow and continue to grow even bigger. On behalf of our organization, from top to bottom, the fans and everybody that represents what the Raptors is, our organization is retiring your jersey. Yes, retiring your jersey in Scotiabank Arena. And we do it with great pride and great honor. So, on behalf of all of us, we say congratulations, Vince. The first jersey to go up.
Hire my jersey, bro. Really? Really?
Yes.
For what?
For playing here. I thought it was something else. Well deserved.
Come on, say hi. It's Mr. Kevin.
What's up, man?
This is Vincent.
How you doing?
It's Mr. D.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh my God.
Thank you, man. It's a great job.
I'm glad you're here.
Glad y'all here, man.
Yeah, of course. Of course, I ain't gonna miss this.
Yes, he's big. See how much taller he is with me?
Yeah, lunch was awesome. Get to see all the guys again, bring back some fond memories, get an opportunity to kind of have some conversations, things that catching up, I should say, on how everybody doing. It's good to see everybody, and as well as how they doing. But we all here for a special reason.
They call him AD. What's up, my brother? Thank you, man.
Oh, man. Congratulations. Look at that. Who did already Vince? These guys are funny, man, and I miss them. I wish we could do this once or twice a year because, sometimes, especially as you get older, you want to make sure that, you kind of keep yourself in good spirits. So seeing these guys really helped. Coming to this team, we had a good time. We cared about one another. We worked hard together and never limited ourselves to think that we couldn't. It was always, how are we going to get this accomplished and accomplish it together?
Still playing?
No.
At all?
I mean, I'll shoot and do some stuff like that with my son, work him out.
Yeah, I'm strictly a rebounder. Max said he plays sometimes.
Most of the time when you're finished playing and people ask you, like, what did you miss? You know, there's two things that come to mind. You miss competing and you miss the camaraderie. And I don't care who you ask, there'll always be 1 and 2.
Give me some. Give me some. Oh, kids.
Hair done.
First time wearing that jacket?
It is. First time. Got it last time we were here as a gift from the team, and now I'm repping it.
All over the place. It's like, I try to compare it to Hall of Fame, but it's like, this is different at the same time. It's just different. You know, a lot has come full circle. You know, a lot of emotions over, let's just say 20 years to really get to this. I think that's where all the emotions come from for me, is it not feeling real, you know. At one point, not really thinking, you know, something like this would even happen, you know. And it's just crazy how it happens, like in 10-year increments, you know, from 04 to 14, and then from 14 to 24, retirement. It's like, so a lot has happened in 20 years. And I think it's like all coming back to this day.
Where we lived?
Yeah.
Back there.
Yep.
The green.
With a clock.
Yeah. That's the old building.
Kai is the oldest, and she's gotten to see me play more and see more of it and understand the whole dynamic. But Vincent, I think, is the one that's getting us all as to how locked in and appreciative he is. Like, it's like my dad enjoying his son.
It's my security.
To see him go through it, it's like, that's what hits home. It's like, it's pretty freaking awesome. I just hope I know he's proud, but I just hope this is a motivating moment for him in life. You know, because he said it since Hall of Fame, sports like that, how to go out there, you know, be an all-star in Hall of Fame like you in his sports already. So, yeah.
Yes.
It's okay if you're too excited.
Okay, I thank you. I have happy tears. I know. You're right. Thank you, bud.
When this is done, I can enjoy it more. And I do enjoy it, but it's hard to. Because my heart is full.
Forever. It's a Sacramento Kings and your Toronto Raptors. And tonight, Vinsanity, half man, half amazing. That number there will rise to the Raptors. The first Raptor to have his number retired. Vince Carter.
Wow. He deserved this. This is really cool. This is awesome.
Nice. DC Day, man. Ain't about nothing else. Good.
Sharp. What? Sure. Hey, man, congratulations.
What's up, man? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Very happy for you. Thank you. I need some of that. This is too much. I thought, I ain't gonna make it tonight. You thought Hall of Fame? Nah, this ain't. What? This worse. This is worse. When it's flying, you can see what you see. Carter 15.
Oh, I saw that. Can I have a ride?
He hadn't seen it yet.
Oh, that was this morning. I saw that. I was like, God.
Bro, they laid this shit out for us. Look, there you go. Yes, sir. Better view underneath. Hey, they did it right for you, man.
That's love there, boy. That's love right there, boy.
But all the other athletes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It means a lot to be here for Vince, for his ceremony and his jersey retirement. You know, all the hard work and dedication that he has given to this organization, to this city.
You get an opportunity that a lot of kids don't get, man. Enjoy that. You know what I'm saying? And anytime you need to talk to my dad, call Vince, call Kev, call T-Max. You use that man. Use him. All the other teammates he have, use them, man. Because all it's going to do is help you. I would like this. I don't know. It must be a whirlwind, huh? Yeah. My emotions are everything, huh? This is everywhere. But it's awesome, man. Really cool. This is this is honest truth. Like I played with guys like with Antonio and guys like this, and they're my teammates. But like, I never imagined to have the feelings that they have for this moment.
Yeah, just what it means for us in sports and basketball in the country and in the NBA and globally, you know. We call ourselves a young franchise, but at some point we have to start growing up, right?
Yeah. No,
this
you're right.
Is part of the growth,
yeah.
right?
It's funny, I said that today. Like this opens doors and give young kids an opportunity, from what you saw, how you feel like you felt about me and this whatever, to seeing this, to take it to another level now. Because it's in their backyard now.
For sure.
So, it's crazy. I appreciate you, man. I know you got people.
Man. Yeah. Let me say hi to this legend.
Larry.
How you doing?
I appreciate you so much, man.
Thank you.
I'm serious.
I feel the same way about you, man. For what you've done,
and then
not only for all of Canada, really. We have 21. We got 21 Canadians in there because of you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for being here. Unbelievable day we have today, and wow, it's so good to see everybody here in the same room, and friends, family. Raptor legends, teammates, coaches. We truly appreciate everything. Man, this is a big emotional day for us.
This is truly a day that is unbelievably special in Raptors history. This is 30 years now. Just so proud, to be able to honor you like this, because what you've done for this franchise is truly, and for Canada, as I said to you before, when we first started, there was maybe one or two Canadians that playing in the NBA. Today, on our teams, there's 21. We have 21 Canadians, playing. And if you ask every one of those Canadians, they took the inspiration from Vince Carter. From Vince Carter. You, and your name forever will be.
Thank you, Larry.
Will be up there in our in the place of honor there, the first one. And thank you, Vince.
Thank you.
Because you're just great.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
It's a great day for a great man. Vince, all yours, man.
Oh,
thank
you. I just want to say thank you to everybody. I appreciate everybody being here. Emotional night, but it's great to have family, friends, old teammates, the whole nine here. Larry, Judy, Masai, the whole nine. I mean, my heart is full. I say it time and time again because I mean it. I'm looking forward to tonight, like I said, Hall of Fame was great, but like this is next level. So I appreciate everybody. It's a different feeling in the Hall of Fame, I'll tell you that. Nerves. Congrats, dog. Yeah. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Hold on. It don't change.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. D Fox.
Big time. Happy for you, man.
Smoke, brother. Real quick. Congratulations, sir. See you after. Yep. Thank you, guys. No, it's all good.
I brought you something. Hold on, Eddie. I don't know if you remember this. Say I've been saving this for years.
Yes. When it got shut down. Yeah, heck yeah, I remember this.
Appreciate you. I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
That was my birthday party. Damn, how was it? It got shut down because we had too many people. And all of my teammates didn't get in.
Sign center one?
Yes.
Let's speak facts. He put the city on the map. You know, he made basketball be seen in a whole different light in Canada. And tonight is his night, and he deserves it. It's been a long time coming.
His talent separated him from a lot of people. I would put Vince in the same class talent-wise as a Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Michael Jordan. And I would say, in some cases, there were things that he could do better than those guys. People forget Vince was not only a great athlete, but a great shooter. He could basically do anything on the court that he wanted to do. And he did things in practice and in games when I was coaching him and from a distance when I coached and played against him that I'd never seen before.
Ahead to Vince Carter.
Just watching him from the reverse dunk in Indiana to the game winner in Boston, like he had a thing about him. Really cool dude, and became another lifelong friend. Like watching Vince grow into his own, it was really special, man.
There are players who perhaps have contributed more in terms of a body of work. Maybe there are those who helped us win our championship, like Kyle and Kawhi, for example. But in terms of the player who single-handedly, once the ball was in his hands, you were ready to hold your breath, that was Vince.
Jerome Williams to steal, and here's Carter from 50.
I mean, will there ever be someone who dunks with that ferocity and that creativity? Perhaps, but none will have ever done it at the stage that we were at as a franchise, and whose contributions meant more to the city, to the country, and to the growth of hoops in general than Vince Carter.
Go, Vince, go!
that he brought changed the game for me as a young kid. You know, I think that's why even when I got drafted by Toronto, that was a place I wanted to be because I always seen Vince in that Raptor jersey.
When I think of Vince Carter, I think a number of good things because he's what Canada basketball is all about. When I came to Toronto, basketball was an afterthought. Vince Carter made basketball what it is today, and I truly believe the Raptors would not have aspired to be champions if Vince Carter wouldn't have set the table and the groundwork for this to happen.
And it goes something like this. June 24th, 1998 was the day all my dreams became a reality. Hearing my name called by Mr. David Stearns, may he rest in peace, is anything young athletes dream of. And I got that opportunity. It is because of you, Mr. Larry Tannenbaum, and you, Mr. Glenn Grunwald, I got that opportunity. Sure, I could have been drafted by anyone, let's just say Golden State Warriors. No. Hey, they drafted me. We're not here to boo. But it was here where I landed, and it was here where Vinsanity, Air Canada, and Half Man, Half Amazing was born.
You know, I remember the days when my first couple years in the league where the fans used to boo him and I used to be so confused about it. Like, man, this is Vince, man. He changed the game of basketball for Canada. It's crazy because I don't think people know. It was a point that me and Cal was pushing to try to get Vince to come play with us one year. Just so he could get his flowers, you know, kind of ended off where it all started. And I felt like it would have changed so much of the energy if Vince would have came back and played with us at that time. So to see him be the first one to get his jersey retired, as it should be, man, he changed the game of basketball in that whole entire country, and he deserved everything that's coming his way.
When that jersey goes up shortly, it's not just Carter 15 going up. It's all of us going up. The memories that have been created for 6 years, however you view it, go up tonight. Hear me again. The memories, however you view it, goes up tonight. So I hope and pray we enjoy our jersey being retired forever together. Thank you, Toronto.
That was also a complete full circle moment, really. Watching that banner go up in the Raptors, and then obviously with Vince, seeing him speak about it, and then all the players, past and present that are around that came back for it. A lot of memories just flooding and rushing through your head. But it's really special to see the way the world works in weird ways. I could have been on any one of 30 teams at this moment, and it happens that I came back to Toronto and got to be a Raptor to witness that. It means even more. A lot of people, kids, wore 15 because of him, and now it's cemented as a legacy in Toronto.
Listen to me. We did it. We did it. They talk all that shit, but we did it, man. Okay? We did it. So enjoy it. There, Mom. Dad. takes time or open gym?
I would just say at that time it was just because it was still somewhat new.
Well, they don't have miles per hour on the signs. It says something different.
Oh, you have the customs things and all that.
Was it because of Canada? Or was it because the team hadn't had a whole lot of success?
Are you kidding me? Jose Calderon!
You have to play the hand you're dealt. And the hand you're dealt is, if we're not having success, or if guys don't want to come here, whatever the reason is, how else can we find and attract talent? And how do we get creative?
Now Bargnani for three. Deep three. Boy, he hit that one from Italy.
We were, one of several teams that were searching far and wide for the best talent and the right fit. Global basketball was emerging. The players were important to scout.
We kind of looked at the game a little bit differently than a lot of franchises.
They've found a way to not only look beyond the city and beyond the province and beyond the country, but to the world.
You lose a player of the caliber of Vince Carter and his scoring ability, you need to replace that scoring. And we have other players on this team that are capable of stepping up, and we don't have a guy that has the talent level of Vince Carter now. But we have guys that now I think will have an opportunity to blossom more.
Want to be a great player, I have to step up one day and take on the responsibility. So, whether it's me stepping up saying I want to do it or me being thrown in the fire, some way I'm going to have to, take on that responsibility.
It has been rather difficult following the ins and outs of the Raptors right now, and I mean a lot of outs. Let's bring you up to date. Alonzo Mourning has been bought out. Eric Williams has wanted out. Rafer Alston acted out. Is the roof falling in here?
Well, the roof may not be falling in, but it certainly is leaking. And you have Rob Babcock, the general manager, and Sam Mitchell, the coach, up on top, trying to hammer down some shingles and get this operation under control.
What a first year for Sam Mitchell. Trades, turmoil, you name it, and he's caught in the middle of it all.
Well, this is a lot of soul searching going on for the Raptors to get this thing turned around.
To see the look in everybody's faces, Chuck, exactly where this team stands right now.
It was tough. You almost felt like you were kind of back in the infancy days of expansion, where I go, hey, we got out of it, we're good, but it seemed that we fell back in it.
Every franchise goes through the ups and downs, and we were going through the building. As much as we didn't have success, you know that things are cyclical and it's going to come around eventually.
Everybody can't do this job because of all the moving parts. In college, you get to recruit the type of players that you want. In the NBA, when you take over a team, this is your team.
It was just like having your worst fears and like the stereotypes about like being the only Canadian team in the NBA confirmed, that people didn't want to play here.
You had to probably think a little more creative as a front office if there was that like, oh, I can't go up there to Canada, oh, we're in kilometers and stuff like that.
All the silliness you hear and just the egotistical Americans thinking like, oh, how cold is it going to be cold all the time?
Why are we chasing guys that don't want to come here?
go and find other guys that would relish the opportunity to come here. Like Rob Babcock found Jose Calderon.
It was a weird team because we were kind of moving into what was next. Maybe the biggest adjustment for me. I lost probably 5, 6, 7 games the whole season. My last season in Europe, Spain, and we start 0-10.
He's with a season low 66 points. They're going to win 15 overall. 81-point game. I've never seen anything like this. Tough pill to swallow for the Raptors. The Raptors now will go to 14-21 on the season.
Well, I'm here today to announce that Rob Babcock has been relieved of his duties as general manager of the Toronto Raptors.
This is, something that was a surprise to me. They gave me that opportunity. I'm disappointed that I didn't get to finish that off, but that's the nature of the game. I think that the nucleus, as I've said before, is here for the future of this team to grow and to develop into a contending team.
We said that we were going to strive to hire a president and general manager for the Raptors that was very experienced and proven in the NBA. Today, I'm delighted to announce that we have done just that. Brian knows the international basketball scene and has great credibility and contacts right across the NBA. Brian was our #1 candidate for the job right from the start.
Brian, I think you're going to be as pleased and impressed as I have been in my time here, so welcome.
I thought it was a really interesting opportunity, blaze a new trail, if you will. Coming in mid-season was a little bit odd. I had a team that was headed to the playoffs, but the opportunity was just too good to pass up, and I felt like it was the right decision long-term for me in my career, and it worked out very favorably.
I'm very excited, though, about the offseason. There's many different scenarios that can occur. I think there's, as we said, a lot of optimism. I think Brian Colangelo offers instant respect around the league for Toronto.
This organization is right now on a springboard about to make some very big strides, and that's what we're aiming to all be part of.
I was 17 years old when I started coaching. My first job was I was assistant coach for a year with under 16 and under 18 teams. And then I became a head coach of the same teams that were my teammates.
I was 19 years old when I started coaching, and a couple of years after Darko, and I played, actually my last year of playing, I coached a team at the same time.
NBA is becoming much more closer to international game, especially to European game, Europe. I remember when I was a young coach coaching in Serbia, I was watching a lot of college basketball because rules and two halves and it just was much closer to each other. Right now, NBA game is much closer to your league than college.
I would say now for those young guys, it's because of those differences are smaller between EuroLeague and NBA, the style of play and everything. I think they're just easier to NBA style. I think it used to be the rule in Europe, if you're best player in EuroLeague, you're moving into the NBA. So top 5 best players from Europe, they had a chance to move and play in the league. I think now with the scouting, with everything that NBA teams are doing, they're trying to discover early who's potentially who could be the player who can play in NBA, and that changed a lot.
Who's going to fire away?
Did you like to win the lottery?
I think it would be nice, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of time between now and the draft. The results of the lottery will determine how much leverage we have. We're looking at it as a chance to just bring some finality to the draft order and give us an opportunity to really ascertain what our options are.
A lot of conversation about a lot of players.
We never get these guys until after Orlando anyway.
Isn't it wild how wide open it is, though? I mean, from 1 to 10, it could be any order. I mean, if we all put down the names right now, it'd be a disaster.
Get the heart beating a little bit.
3 teams remain. Some big changes at the top.
Second pick goes to the Chicago Bulls. And that means
that the number one pick in the 2006 NBA draft goes
Thanks.
to
Appreciate it.
the Toronto Raptors.
Thank you.
Brian Colangelo from Long
As the season of that draft started to come together when we won the lottery and all of a sudden we had the pick of the litter, there was no unanimous pick in the draft at that moment. That's at least the way we saw it. I think the way 29 other teams probably saw it. We had brought Maurizio Garbajosa in as an executive vice president, and he kept talking about Andrea. He kept saying, this is an Italian kid. And we would joke, come on, there's not many Italian players in the NBA, and it's going to take a lot for him to make it. But you look at the other players that were selected, there were other issues about them. There were injury issues. And everything that we looked at, we just said, here's a wing versus here's a 6'11" player.
I think everything started in 2004, 2005, when the Benetton Treviso played the friendly preseason game in Toronto against the Raptors. I had a very good game to be 17 years old against an NBA team. I had something like, I don't remember, 14, 15 points. From that moment going forward, the scouts went back and forth to Treviso to see me, and everybody was talking about me, month after month up to the draft. I didn't even know what the NBA draft was up to 3 years before the draft. Nobody ever talked about the NBA draft in Italy. No one.
With the first pick in the draft, 2006 NBA draft, Toronto Raptors will select Andrea Bargnani.
Honestly, growing up as an Italian kid from Rome, you couldn't have the NBA as an ultimate dream because there was something unreachable. I definitely didn't grow up with the dream of being called number one at the NBA draft.
Andrea, Brian Colangelo, congratulations. We think you're going to be a terrific NBA basketball player, and we want you to be a star here in Toronto.
When I knew that I was going to Toronto, I knew I was expecting my transition outside the court to be very easy. I lived in Toronto better than I was living in Treviso in Italy. I was more comfortable in Toronto than in Italy, life-wise, outside the basketball court. I knew it was a very nice city, cool city, a lot of Italians. It was more than easy. It was, Toronto for me still is a second home. I love Toronto, I love Canada. I go there often, and I'm in love with Toronto and Canadians overall.
This is just, I think, indicative of the kind of reception that the city has been giving the Raptors recently, and we're just excited, and we want to deliver. We want to do everything we can not to disappoint for those high expectations, and I know there's a lot of people that are hopeful to get things moving in terms of putting a better product out there, and we're here to do that.
That year, we wanted to make an immediate statement. We went out and got TJ Ford in a trade that, kind of set the tone for the direction we were going to go.
I was totally shocked when I got traded. Coming to a team with a good friend of mine, Chris Bosh, it made things a lot easier, a lot smoother. And after I got over that initial shock.
Garbajosa being such a glue piece.
Brian Colangelo told me when he signed him, he's going to be your Swiss utility knife.
He asked me, hey, we maybe get your guy here. For me, it was yes. Great, why not?
I had a decent career at that moment here in Europe. And in Treviso, I met Maurizio Garbajosa. Before the season, he proposed me to go there. In that moment, I was deciding to finally accept the offer to go to Toronto to play. To go to a new country, everything was new, but honestly, it was one of the best choices of my life.
Anthony Parker, he was not only looking for a chance to come home, he was coming to a place that he was going to be welcome.
He's a legend here in Europe. He was the best player MVP of the EuroLeague, like a couple of years, 3 years together, very well respected here in Europe.
Parker counts as a European player, doesn't count as an American player.
Felt like he was a European team for sure. You here in Canada, right? It was very different for me, very diverse.
I remember that was the first time, I think, in the history of NBA that a team was so international and so European. There was Chris Bosh, TJ Ford, and then this crew of European international players.
For us, basketball IQ was something that we really dialed in on. That team was constructed with that in mind.
In Europe, you go to basketball academies, so you're coached by professional coaches from the time you're a kid on up.
It was interesting that
That's how we try to build a team. We all came from different cultures. That was kind of breaking edge for the Raptors.
Anytime you turn over a roster that much and 9 new faces on a team, it's pretty challenging to bring it all together quickly. Got off to a little bit of a rocky start coming out of the gate. We had a chance to be better than we were performing.
I remember the first games of the season were like crazy. I mean, we lost like 8 games out of 10.
We were playing in Memphis, and we got just mollywopped. They just ran us off the floor in Memphis. And I'm coming down the tunnel and ready to light into the team, and I get to the door, and I hear Chris Bosh just screaming and cursing and just going off. And the coach said, "Coach, we better get in there. Chris is going crazy." The trainer came out and told me, I said, "Nope. We've been waiting for this." That was the night I knew we were a team, because our best player and our captain understood you got to give up yourself. You got to be connected to the guys. You got to lead them. And that was the night our season turned around.
He was a true example for a rookie. Even if I was older, I was a rookie. He was one of the most iconic players in the league in that moment.
You got to play Kevin Garnett one night. You got to go up against Shaq the next night. He was competing against the best every night, and he was showing that he was that caliber of player.
A lot of things went right because we started to all believe.
Garbajosa, Bosh for 3.
It was a great mix. I think everybody accepted their roles. I think it was a really nice mix of cultures.
Having breakfast together, having dinner together, we live more like a European team than an NBA team outside of the court. And that definitely helped as far as chemistry.
Everybody was really, really cool. We spent a lot of time together, being able to take these guys that had success in the European leagues and being able to give them, that opportunity of what it is to be an NBA basketball player and compete. I mean, we had a lot of fun here in Toronto. Picked up smoking cigars from those guys, Spanish guys.
In Spain, it's very normal that after a long lunch, a family lunch or friends lunch, you have a drink together and you have a cigarette together. And I used to do it. I never hide.
People helping each other, putting the team first. It was real. It was a real good atmosphere all around.
You start to, match up with the colleagues, with the players, with the teammates, with the coach, with his mentality. It was one of the most unselfish teams that I ever played.
It wasn't about me. If people like me, it was gonna be because of the way I play, not because I was starting or backup. So I was never thinking about that.
We had 2 different styles. That was hard for teams to prepare for. For us, it was amazing. Even when I wasn't in the game, being able to watch him on the side give defenses problems. And I think that was something that was a strength of ours.
I was one of the few rookies that was playing in a winning team. We had a season that nobody was expecting us to have. This team of international guys, we were pretty good.
I had my most success when I had 6 or 7 European players on my team. One of my assistant coaches asked me, he said, "Coach, do you realize we have 5 guys that played in Europe on the court?" I said, "Alex, you know what I see? I see 5 NBA players that are kicking the other team's ass."
Jorge Garbajosa, I think he exuded what we wanted a Raptor to represent.
He became that guy that I depended on.
He was definitely the heart of the team, the thing that kept everybody together.
I could run a play through him. He could make a shot. He could get a steal. He could defend.
Toughness, grit, a compete level that, he had and he brought every single day.
If I have to take 1 shot, 1 game, okay. If I have to take 10, 20 next game, okay. We had a lot of fun together because there was a team without equal.
For the players, and for us, it was really an amazing year.
I remember the play vividly. We were in Boston. He turned the ball over and he was chasing the players down. And I jumped up from the bench and I was screaming, "Let it go, let him go."
I remember Jorge screaming, the pain and the nastiness of the injury, even as far as watching it. It was terrible.
A lot of people said, "What the hell were you going? Try to block the shot." It was my job. I had to do it. My job was to try to do what the team needs in each moment.
was never about him. It was always about his teammates. And that fateful night when he got hurt, I think it impacted us greatly.
To lose that, you kind of lose a little bit of your heart, the heartbeat that was making the team go.
I honestly believe if Garbajosa don't go down, that we would go deep into the playoffs.
That playoff against New Jersey was too soon. If this playoff happened after 2-3 years playing all together, I'm sure that we beat them. But it was just the first year all playing together. The chemistry was extremely good, but the teams to win needs time.
We were inexperienced. We didn't have much experience about the NBA playoffs, how everything changes, and we lost.
Still here. It's the only one. There's no more in the world. One of the most things that I remember the most is this December 2006 Rookie of the Month. And I feel I was a very special rookie because I was almost 28. But I feel very proud about it. Everything is part of a process. But that injury and that rehab make me a stronger person, a much stronger person. Lola. And I think that happened because it had to happen. And this changed my life. I'm 46 years old now. I have a great life. I have a great family. Today, I am probably the happiest man in the world. Could be somebody as happy as me, but not happier than me.
Do you remember doing a commercial that's...
Yes, I already know what you're talking about.
Before Andrea hits the court, he must be ready for anything. Exercise and drills help Andrea stay game ready. But to be fully prepared, Andrea needs to eat right.
I didn't shot many commercials in my life.
You shot it?
No, I don't remember. Well, that's not a... Don't be so proud.
With Primo Pasta and Sauce as part of a balanced diet and healthy lifestyle, Andrea can compete game in, game out.
It's gonna stay with me all the rest of my life, yes. What can I say? It's not much to say. It's history.
Primo Pasta and Sauce.
Quick and nutritious, simply delicious. Everyone knows it's Primo.
I've never been a media guy. I always sucked really bad at media and in front of the camera. So a lot of people don't know anything about me. They don't know myself. They just don't know me. Looking back, I wanted to play all my career to Toronto. I mean, when I was putting the Toronto jersey, having Toronto here on the chest, Toronto for me is something special. It's not just another city or place where I played. It's still a big part of my life. Canada is still a big part of my life. I look at those memories not in a dramatic way, but in a positive way. I did something unbelievable. I was able to play for the Raptors. It's I'm very proud of it.
He had a lot of responsibility, but if you check the stats, if you check his performance, he did a great job. His career, his performance in Toronto, it is better than what people remember.
He was fun to watch. He was a really, really skilled guy.
I think Andrea Bargnani in modern basketball, in today's basketball, he had an amazing career, but I think he would be even better today.
I have a soft spot in my heart for Bargnani. I do. He's a part of our history as that #1 pick, and I think a little ahead of his time personally.
Looking back, I would have done everything possible to stay in Toronto. Even if when I was traded it was a rough time, I would have done more to try to go through the rough times and stay to Toronto for good.
It was something that was established, I think, within the organization that we're at least willing to, let alone maybe even wanting to, kind of explore the earth to find where that talent might lie.
I remember playing with Rasha, Nesterovic, Hito, Turkoglu, Bellinelli, so many foreign guys. And the first time in my career being able to play with at a high level, but you'll see the fan base that they brought to basketball.
A lot of people, they identify themselves as in Spain, in Serbia, and all over Europe as a fan of Toronto Raptors.
There is still a lot of people that follow the Raptors just because of those years. But not even that. Marc Gasol after Serge Ibaka was there.
This team is reflective of this city in terms of the eclectic and the diverse food and cultures and communities that Toronto offers, and now we're seeing it reflected inside the locker room as well. And I think that brought the team together and helped solidify them.
I found it very, very inspiring, and to have everybody that are part of our history of Toronto Raptors to be representing people from every part of the world, to see our fans come and cheer and support us night in and night out is something very, very special. We're a global team, we're such an international team, and we're going to continue being that and representing all.
Next time on Open Gym.
Our relationship with Kyle is one that's self-explanatory.
Yeah, they're brothers. There's no other way to put it.
It was special. You could tell it went far beyond basketball. You know, something you don't come by often in this league.
They were growing at the same time that the team was in the city and everything together.
Honestly, like opposites like attract. That's like the main thing.
I think to see those two sort of come together and develop sort of a authentic relationship on the court, off the court, with their families.
I wouldn't want to start that thing in Toronto with nobody else other than Kyle.
Ready? Yeah. We're back. Like it's 2014.
I didn't know the off-court stuff would come together the way it did.
It was special. You could tell it went far beyond basketball. You know, something you don't come by often in this league.
I think those two just had a natural bond that went deeper than basketball, and you could see it every day.
Kyle had that edge, that talk stuff mentality, and kind of gave DeMar that bravado, that little brother, big brother relationship, and that's what made it work.
It was a really good balance, you know, like the yin and yang.
You know, Kyle, he was the leader on the floor. He made big-time shots. DeMar, he was just a killer.
I think to see those two sort of come together and develop sort of a authentic relationship on the court, off the court, with their families, you know, it was just always fun to see from afar. Man, they're brothers. There's no other way to put it.
They're like frick and frack now. They're closer than ever, even on opposite ends of the coast.
I remember when Kyle got traded to Toronto, Kyle said, yo, I want to make DeMar an all-star. Like, that was his goal coming in there. And that was one of the first times I saw Kyle take himself out of the picture, and he put everyone else forward. And I was like, all right, the Raptors got something.
I didn't make the trade for Kyle thinking that that's what we were going to do, but I thought dynamic backcourt with these two kind of pushing that every day and knowing their competitiveness and knowing DeMar's commitment to getting better and knowing the amount of time that Kyle puts into being a better basketball player all the time, it just made sense to pair those two and then see what you could do with the rest. I didn't know the off-court stuff would come together the way it did.
You guys didn't like each other at first, or didn't really?
No, see, we just didn't talk. Yeah. See, that's how stories get changed.
It wasn't necessarily a dislike. It was just more so like non-communication. It was just, you know what I mean?
Like, hey, you open that pass. All right, cool. All right.
It was like walking in the locker room. Like it was just so it could come off like it was a dislike, but it just wasn't no communication.
Yeah.
Huge news, Toronto has traded Rudy Gay today prior to the game, so he is not available. He is going to Sacramento.
Everybody now has got to step up. We want an opportunity, we talk about opportunity, here it is. I think one of the best moves, and no disrespect to Rudy Gay, that Masai made was moving Rudy Gay out, because really Rudy Gay and DeMar, they needed the same real estate. They needed the same space to operate in. So moving Rudy out, number one, helped DeMar operate in that space. Number two, it almost force-fed Kyle and DeMar to be buddies.
Lowry lets it go with Kobe coming over a little bit too late. Here is DeRozan in the lane. He puts it up and in.
They traded Rudy Gay, and we got on that plane, and we sat there at the table, and we was like, yo, we about to get up out of here. We're gonna do something different. And basically, he said it to me, and I said it to him at the same time. I was like, what we want to do. I think he was more inclined to make sure that, yo, like, I need you. And I know you need me, but I need us to be on the same page, and we need to win now, because I'm not trying to be out of here.
That was a critical moment in so many ways, because the trade happened. We was in LA, but we had to finish out a West Coast road trip. And that trip kind of like brought us together like close, because it was like a sense of urgency and desperation kind of kicked in. We kind of knew like our reality, because if we was going back to Toronto, it was a good chance like it was over. It was going to be traded. But that week kind of like prolonged the history of what we was able to create, honestly. And I just think that time on the road where we kind of just bought in to feeling like, you know, it's your last shot, and we kind of just went for it.
The Toronto Raptors defeat the Lakers here in LA for the first time since December 28, 2001.
Which kid do you want to have? I have no clue.
I don't want to be like you at all. I don't want to be like you. No, none.
You know, I think the best part about the Kyle DeMar friendship is that they were growing at the same time that the team was in the city and everything together. And so I think even they would say they weren't probably the most natural fit, right? You have a kid from Compton, you have a kid from North Philly. And so what was the natural connection?
One, DeMar needed that edge, you know, because DeMar is more laid back and c'est la vie, you know, live and let live type personality, which is great. Now he will take your head off once you get on the floor, but DeMar, his demeanor was a little bit more laid back. One of the best humans you want to meet. But Kyle had that edge, that talk stuff mentality, and kind of gave DeMar that bravado, that you know, little brother, big brother relationship. And that's what made it work.
Cracker going together. Cracker going together. Leaves the bag.
I think honestly, like opposites like attract. That's like the main thing, because like DeMar is like very like laid back and in shell, and Kyle is like wears his like heart in his sleeves and like is like very vocal, you know. So I thought it was a really good balance, you know, like the yin and yang of how it is, you know. Like DeMar doesn't get too high, you know. Kyle can get super emotional sometimes.
We are really the same person, but we different people at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got things that we both know about each other, and we are the same exact thought process at the same, but we are completely different. And the genuine person that he is, like I said, he taught me a lot, but the genuineness of who he is, his story, his upbringing, you can't beat it. It wasn't all peaches and cream, same here, like it's just, you find a special person, you know what I mean? Like, you just find a specialness in a person, and it don't matter. Now, it's just like, it don't even matter. Like, we on the same wavelength all the time.
Outside of basketball, like, to have a connection with somebody
in the most genuine way. Like you kind of realize like how fragile life could be at times, because everybody should have this type of friendship relationship with whoever it may be, and sometimes you lose that through life, through situations. And I think for me, playing in the league so long and being able to look at somebody like damn basketball, like this is a person that like my partner in crime, right, wrong, and indifferent. Like I'm near for him. It's a feeling of appreciation so much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like even like if I watch him play or if something come up, it's never about basketball. It's more so like, man, you remember those late night talks or conversations or some random come up, or we do this or we do that, whatever it may be. It's so many scenarios that I pinpoint to at my lowest moments that made it everything for me. When you can look at somebody and you have that sentiment towards them, it means the world. So, and all the other basketball take care of itself, but to have somebody that you can look at and pick up the phone, and it'd be a lot of times I call them and I'd be like, I don't even know why I called you. You know what I mean? I'd just be like, what you doing? You know what I mean? It's like, that's just a genuine thing that just happened over this time. You know what I mean?
You know how many times we just sat in the room and like he'd come to my room and I go to his room and we literally just sit there and watch TV. Well, literally, it was the one time we were in Charlotte. I think it was my room. We got Bojangles right down the street. I think we came from the mall, whatever. We got picked up Bojangles. And we sat there and ate Bojangles, watched basketball, and then we had Amir and him at push-up contest.
And that be the thing, man. It be like, those are moments that mean so much to me. I think
man.
This, my moment. We talked about it one time, a long time ago, when we was in Kansas City and we walked through a McDonald's drive-thru.
It was Wichita.
Yeah, Wichita.
Freddie was there. That's when we first met Freddie.
It was Wichita?
Yes, Freddie met Freddie. That's when we first met Freddie. He was on that team, the Shockers.
Wow.
And Wichita was saying that that's the McFlurry story.
We went to go get a McFlurry. We tried to walk through a drive-thru.
We tried to. We did.
We did, but the dude on the motorcycle, we asked him could he buy it for us because they wouldn't let us. You know what I mean? Like those be the moments.
It was like 11 o'clock at night.
It was. Those the moments to where it's like outside of basketball and being famous and having all like those the moments that give the ultimate like humility. Think about every time you've seen us outside of playing basketball. Yeah. We it's like that's who we are. That's who we thrive to be. Is like just free, enjoying life, enjoying the moment of every single thing that we choose to do.
Snapchat, what's happening?
NBA All-Star 2016 Toronto. Me and the boy Debo.
6'9".
Oh my God. And they played some good defense on it, and I wish I would have threw it lower, but his abilities to set the screen, he's getting better screening every game and rolling and understanding how to play and knowing the game is helping him and helping me and helping our whole team. This is hot ass breath on my neck. Hey, what's up? I didn't even open my mouth. It don't matter, your breath is hot.
They were just so authentic to themselves. You saw the brotherhood. It wasn't just, surface level. You could see how deep they meant to each other. And I think it was kind of like an example of how you could be kind of best friends with your teammate that would lead to success.
Referee champion right here.
Damn! A lot of money.
Whatever they say. What'd you say?
Is that your first shot?
Debo! Say what's up over Jim. I gotta zoom in. Look at that.
Everybody can't come in a sprinter like Cap. We gotta suffer with driving in the snow every single day. Like he's just riding in the back, laying down, listening to music.
I was interviewing Kyle one time, and I know I think I still have the clip of it somewhere, but I'm interviewing him and I saw DeMar coming, and he had a towel, and I'm like, oh man, he's gonna do something ridiculous, and you kind of just let them run. At the end of the game, it was almost like they were more excited for the other person when they did something. And I think that that's sometimes so rare in sport, that it was a bond and it was two teammates that just genuinely loved seeing each other's successes. I mean, I saw it firsthand. It was amazing.
Hey, T-Ross, that record's gone.
Record, go. 52. Beth, 52. 52. Franchise record.
He used to watch this one movie all the time. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. And I used to hate it, but it used to be so funny because the movie always ended up watching him, but I used to hate that he always put the movie on. I'm like, don't put nothing on there. But he used to watch the same movie, and it used to always seem like it was on the same part.
Scott Pilgrim versus the World, baby. You know where I filmed that? It was filmed in Toronto.
But the Toronto Raptors win the East, and they record their greatest regular season in franchise history.
Your team is more successful when you're playing for the guy beside you. The qualitative stuff, the playing for the city, playing for the love of the game. You can't put a number on. When you have a friendship like that, it rallies and mobilizes the rest of the team.
Do you guys think that the friendship matters in success?
Yes.
1,000%, man.
Yes. No, without even just a simple yes. People, they don't understand it, right? And basketball is not just, all right, number 43, number 10, number 7, it ain't just that. Because you got to be able to communicate and have a conversation.
Yeah.
Right? You got to be able to talk and be able to say, oh, he might be having a day. I might be having a day. Coming to the game, and if he wasn't, he's like, yo, get me to the second half. That's a friendship. Yeah, I understand it's definitely professional, but it's also a friendship. All right, I ain't really, I got to get myself going. Get me there. And all right, cool. I got you, bro.
I credit most of our success to the closeness that we had. You know what I mean? We really was like a brotherhood, and we really fought for each other. We came in there wanting everybody to be successful, to get paid, to everything, man. And that was the beauty with us, man. We would go eat together. I remember, Pat used to have movie premieres. We would go see that. It just used to be so much that had nothing to do with basketball, what made us successful. And I think that's really the key to success, and that was the key to our success for sure.
A lot of people, when they bring it in, they say family. A lot of teams do, and I think we really believed that we were a family. I'm not even joking. It wasn't
it was that.
You could say family on 3, and they try to, but I really truly believe that we were family.
Opportunity on the road, man. Let's come out and not fuck with it. From the gate, we gotta play extremely hard. Play smart and let's get this win. Smart. Win on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Win. If you can look to the left and the right of you and know that you have a brother or a strong bond with somebody in the midst of this competition that's day in and day out. It's a grind for 6, 7 months at a time. In those moments where, the season might not be so pretty, having those bonds and relationships are key and vital in, getting yourself back to playing winning or a certain type of basketball necessary.
DeRozan trying to back down on James Johnson. Here's Lowry spinning back, bucket. Lowry finds Norman, gives it up. DeRozan, little jig shimmy, pull up, 30 points for DeMar DeRozan.
I think what was so great about Kyle and DeMar was they were kind of two guys in the locker room doing their own thing, focused, but what brought them together was their genuine love for the game and the not skipping any steps, the showing up to practices early, staying later, shooting after games, lifting when they needed to. When you stepped in at the time that they both were Toronto Raptors, you knew that you had to have it together because these guys were not playing around.
Then once the expectations went up about winning championships, winning the playoffs, winning rounds of the playoffs, our standards were always set, and both of those guys were there as setting the standards of holding everybody else accountable, holding each other accountable. And that trust permeated between the team. There's nobody else to say anything when your two best players had a certain amount of trust with each other, and that trust kind of permeated between everybody. And so their friendship really elevated the entire group.
For a young guy coming into the league and not knowing anything about anything, having those two was vital for me and a huge part of kind of like my foundation as a professional. From the outside looking in, you knew they were close, but once I got here, just seeing how they kind of set the tone, and it was, you know, good cop, bad cop kind of sometimes, where, you know, Kyle was his own type of leader and DeMar was obviously our best player and a different type of leader, but they were so close that it kind of set the tone for the rest of the team, and it made for a great chemistry.
Most famous plays that yeah.
Oh, dive two. It's dive two. We had the ones that stand out the most is like when we first ran it against Indiana Pacers. I wore number 3, opening night. Dunk. DeMar got the dunk. Boom.
DeRozan up top from Lowry.
You know what's crazy about dive two? What was my favorite part about it? Because I see it now whenever I see like highlights of it. Whenever we used to do the dive two, I'll be walking right next to him and tell him like, you want to do it now? Like we'll be like,
and walking down the court.
Like
walking down the court.
And it used to work
every time. And we just
every time.
You're like, huh? How y'all just keep letting us get this play off? And
one of my personal favorites too is the Detroit game.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
DeMar DeRozan, 6 to go, got all the way to the ball. Dominant dynamite! Detonates on Detroit!
If you don't know the clip, I jumped on this motherfucker.
I'm trying to keep my calm. But beforehand, I'm telling you, in the timeout, he telling me all these things before it happened. And that happened. That happened so much, like, that people don't realize. A lot of stuff that I did late in games, it came from him. Like, even my first game winner, first year there, we wasn't even as close as we was.
What I tell you to do?
I swear, before walking out, he said, when you make this shot, act like you hit it before.
3 seconds. Gives it to DeRozan. DeRozan's fading. What a tough shot. And it goes! It goes! DeMar DeRozan wins it!
I wasn't even in the game.
Yeah.
Jose threw on the pass, but I said it before. I said, listen, when you make this shot, act like you did it before. Ain't no running off the court. He made his shot. He did his, his thing. If you watch the video, and I just told him after the game, I said, that's how you do it. Because I know what his favorite player would have done.
Hey, let's not let up, man. It's an important game, most important game. Let's treat it like it's our last, man. Go ahead and handle business.
Have fun, y'all.
Win on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Win. I stack all day.
You know, Kyle, he put the pieces together. I feel like being organized, put people in the right spots. When there was big time shots, he was the leader on the floor where, he was making those little hustle plays. You got some of those guys that are like glue guys and make those hustle plays. He was that guy putting his body on the line, taking charges. And you got DeMar. He was just spectacular the way he be able to get to the mid-range, make tough shots, be able to lead his team down in the fourth quarter. He was just a killer.
There's a lot of great duos in the NBA, so I feel like, we just got to do a great job as a team, all young guys. Just learning, I feel like that's the biggest thing we got to do, is learn, and, I feel like we're going to grow.
I think that's what we're building right now. We got a lot of great relationships with the team. We're just continually building, and that's just going to help us for the future.
He's starting in Miami.
When you're in a locker room with somebody and you're that close to them, that connection is never abated. It never goes anywhere. You might be in different uniforms, you might be in different cities, but that connection's still there, and it's kind of nice to see. It's the human side of the game, despite all the business decisions and trades and money. It's the human side of the game where guys become friends, and once the ball stops bouncing, that friendship never stops.
From North Philly to your city, number 7, give it up Kyle Lowry. And Mr. I Am Toronto, they call him Debo. Number 10, this is DeMar DeRozan.
Man, Kyle and DeMar, like, you know, they mean just everything to, Raptors. If you don't feel the same way, then you're not a real Raptors fan. You know, like those guys set the foundation. They stayed through all the hard times, and Kyle was there when we were eventually able to get it done and get the championship. Like that's just like those two guys are really like at the heart of who the Raptors are.
I've said it, and I'm sure, like I mean this. I'm going to take my one day whenever I retire. It's going to be that one day, and I'm going to sign it, and I want to finish my career as a Toronto Raptor. Like, I want to finish it because what that place did for me, what that place did for him, what that place did for our families and friends, we will never get that back. It's the place that I became me, and not as who Kyle Lowry is, but I became that guy, or whatever you want to call me. I would say the same thing for him. Yeah. He got drafted there.
Yeah. I think, like, what's crazy, like, me being drafted there, there was no other place I wanted to go. I just always think about even a tweet, that I tweeted when Chris left, don't worry, I got us. Like, I meant that, I meant that wholeheartedly, and I think the love and the ups and downs, I really gave my all to that organization and to that country because I just wanted them, like, respected in return. So to Low Point, definitely that's the only place I want to go out as well. Doing the whole one-day thing and everything.
It's gonna be for sure. It's gonna be a one-day thing.
It's like one of those things that's, like I said, I think I said it before. Like I would never have an emotional connection like I had with no other place than Toronto.
Next time on Open Gym.
Sai was coming in and he was thinking about blowing things up.
It's just shocking. Everything can happen. Anytime any of these major deals come up, is the balance of doing this change or making this trade worth it for what we're trying to build as a family, as a team?
It's stressful, especially here when Masai get to work on that phone.
It's incredibly tense as far as what's at stake, what we gave up to get to this point, and will it work out or not?
To play in Canada, to play for the Raptors, it would have been amazing, and timing was better. It would have been fantastic to experience it.
I'm thrilled that Masai, came back to the organization.
Wow, I'm home. Brian is my guy. To come and take over from him, was bittersweet for me.
The strategy around how Bobby uses the cap and watching Masai be able to take risks.
What? I was told, hey, pack your bags.
Looking back, it was hard.
I was like, bro, I think I'm gonna get traded here. Man, no, you're not.
It was painful.
You're simultaneously trying to create a culture of family. We rely on each other on the court, off the court, but at the same time, you have to have an eye on towards what's the fit of the team and how can this team win best.
Tell you what, that's the toughest part of the business, man.
tried to get Steve Nash in free agency.
We had a meeting set with the Raptors July 1st in New York City at Mr. Tannenbaum's apartment. It was a meeting that was exciting for me.
Canadians have a long tradition of making a big impact on the world stage. We don't gloat all that much, but when we do, it's always about how proud we are of where we have come from.
Credit to internal production. You guys put together such an unbelievable recruitment video. Wayne Gretzky stepped in and was kind of the narrator of the piece.
Hard work, tenacity, and tremendous upside. They're the trademarks of Canada's team. They're the trademarks of the Toronto Raptors.
We closed with Wayne talking to Steve directly.
Steve, take a chance. You're gonna love living in Toronto. I know you love Canada, and being a Raptor would be something very special.
I don't know if I can remember a shot, but I can remember the feeling.
It was so impactful, it moved Steve to tears.
It was emotional. I mean, I was going through a tricky period in my life. This opportunity meant a lot to me, but there was another opportunity that had to come first. The reality is, I was going through a divorce at the time, and my kids were in Phoenix. While you're going through that transition, there's a lot of unknowns. You're trying to figure out how I can see my kids as often as possible. That was really the reason I didn't end up in Toronto, was that I wanted to be close to my kids. To play in Canada, to play for the Raptors, to play in front of those fans in that arena every night would have been amazing. And timing was better, it would have been fantastic to experience it.
Once we did not get Steve, we had to pivot. And when we pivoted, we went back to a trade conversation that I had had with Houston. Analytics said Kyle Lowry was one of the most efficient players in the game at the point guard position. I believe we had him ranked in the top 5 as far as efficiency, and we basically, made the argument internally that, if you can get your hands on a player like that and unleash him, he would deliver for us. Seeing what Kyle brought in the way of talent and just his engine, he had an engine. It wasn't always going in the same direction as everybody else, but it was an engine.
When he first got there, Jose Calderon, bless his heart, was starting before Kyle. Kyle would come in every day and made it his mission to kick poor Jose's butt. He'd pick up Jose full court, made life hard for him. But that was the first notion, okay, this is something special here.
He's very competitive, very talented. He was a great piece to have. It took a while also for our coaching staff to adapt to him, but I'm really proud of Kyle and what he was able to accomplish with the team. I was criticized a little bit at the time. I don't really care about the outside criticism as much as I do the inside criticism. And we had a new CEO at the time, Tim Leiweke, who pretty much threw water all over me for that reason and that reason alone, giving up a pick during that rebuilding process. You look back at some of those things and you just say, why did it happen? Where were things going? At the time, I felt like, once again, we needed that higher level or higher caliber point guard. Again, no offense to Jose Calderon. I love Jose. This was about going to that next level. And Kyle was going to do that, but it is what it is. And ultimately that led to Masai being hired.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I'm thrilled that Masai, came back to the organization, after I had brought him in much earlier.
Wow. I'm overwhelmed. I can't, I don't even know where to start. I don't have anything written, guys. I'm going to speak straight from my heart. I'm home. I came home. And Brian is my guy. To come and take over from him, was really like bittersweet for me, because I knew this was a great job, like he had set it up, and I wanted to do good.
I think hiring Masai Ujiri and then subsequently Bobby Webster too, if you don't
make those two huge acquisitions for your front office, I don't think you have the ability to be in the positions you've been in since they arrived.
When we get these jobs, how you build teams or winning teams, and it just comes down to how good your staff is around you. I knew who I wanted. I knew who I wanted to hire. These guys were the core of like what I wanted to do. I had tried to hire Bobby in Denver, but he turned me down, so it was a challenge to go get him. How about Bobby? When I was negotiating with Bobby, it's so funny. I was negotiating with Bobby, and every night I'd be talking to this dude, and we'd talk about many things. And then when he finally gets the job and Bobby shows up, Ramatu meets Bobby, and Bobby, young guy, shows up, all happy-go-lucky, and Ramatu is like, that's the guy? You were arguing and negotiating with every night for 2 weeks in a row? I said, yep, that's him.
The strategy around how Bobby uses the cap, how he's able to roster build and kind of move the pieces around, and watching Masai be able to take risks, being unapologetic about it, and just having a belief in himself and his vision. He's been known to make moves that are just like, hey, we got to do what's best for the organization, even if it's not popular.
Curry in front of the Raptor bench. This is the largest lead that they have given up in franchise history. Another frustrating night for the Raptors. The Raptors have dropped now 5 consecutive games. They have the Lakers coming up on Sunday in LA.
We knew that something had to be done. We could feel it as a team. We weren't really gelling. We just couldn't kind of get over the hump. It just wasn't quite clicking the way it was.
The fit with DeMar, Rudy, and Kyle, they were all so talented, and it could have gone either way, and all three of them needed the ball in their hands, and we also wanted to make a change here.
Monster trade made by the Toronto Raptors with the Sacramento Kings. It is a 7-player deal that has been proposed between the Sacramento Kings and the Toronto Raptors. The centerpiece is Rudy Gay.
You're, going throughout the X and O's with the guy. 15 minutes later, oh, okay, you gotta go.
But there ain't no jumping. What's going on? Come on in, guys. Come on. Come on in. Come on in.
It's Quincy AC too, we started as rookies. It's just shocking.
That part is tough. The mindset is you gotta realize it's a business and it's a job, so things like this can happen. I can't really dwell or be sad, you just gotta go right into it.
It was a time Masai was coming in, and I think he was thinking about blowing things up and kind of restarting and hitting the reset button with the Toronto Raptors organization. And I was told, hey, pack your bags, you'll be ready to go, we'll have a flight sent to you. I didn't know at the time how I was feeling about the trade. I don't know how I was feeling about the team and going to the team I was supposed to go to at the time. I just kind of all right, pack some bags, and then we'll figure it out.
Cal had all of his boxes all boxed up in his condo, and then all at once the trade was off.
I think it was on both parts, to be honest. They couldn't get it done on their side, and on our side, we said, with a phenomenal player like that, just this high-rated IQ basketball player, and weighed against all the things that sometimes he doesn't do so well, at the time, and that trade just never happened.
He came back after that and was a mission to prove that he was great.
I came back and I was like, look, they didn't trade me, so I'm gonna still be a professional. I'm gonna do my job, and I'm gonna do my job at a higher level, because I'm gonna prove to y'all that y'all probably would have been wrong if y'all would have did that move.
His career his meaning to the team, our relationship just really took off. We brought in the players from Sacramento. Everything just clicked after that.
Driving, finds Lowry, the three, good!
People thought that it was a rebuilding process again with the Raptors, and that trade really, it just worked out perfectly for the team, for the player, for everyone.
1, 2, 3.
Me and Patrick Patterson, John Sams, we were solid. We just brought energy, and we like the development of DeMar DeRozan, which is, it was my brother, and Kyle Lowry, a great leader. It was just like a brotherhood.
I don't know if there's anybody that saw that coming. We just had two great players in DeMar DeRozan and Kyle Lowry who took this responsibility and ran with it.
On behalf of the organization and my teammates, we want to thank you guys for the support and the loyalty throughout the whole season. And I want you guys to help us unveil our banner for the division champs. On 3, could you help us count down? 3, 2, 1.
I knew there was something great in this city that just needed to come out. We just needed the opportunity, to build a sports team into the caliber of what we feel, that these fans, this city, this country needed. We really had to make a jump, gather some assets, and figure out, more young pieces and more athletic players. So how many guys do we have left?
Just 2.
And how many picks?
Well, 2 in front of us.
Players that we could get, to come and help this team and start to build this team.
30 seconds. I mean, the room's in. Okay. If we're open to taking that chance.
I didn't know anything. Honestly, I thought I was going to go undrafted back in draft night.
Norman Powell. She said, if you guys don't tell me in 2 seconds, I'm going to pick for you.
I saw with the 46th pick, Milwaukee Bucks draft Norman Powell. And then I don't know, maybe 10, 15 seconds later when they came out to announce the next pick saying that I got traded to Toronto.
The Toronto Raptors trade the player contract of Gravis Vasquez to the Milwaukee Bucks for the rights to Norman Powell, the 46th pick in the draft, and a future first-round pick.
That was a workout that was literally my best workout that I had.
He could do it all in terms of his athletic ability. We felt that kind of a player could help us.
G. Hello? What's up, man? Those guys really wanted you, and they put in an offer now that, where we are with this team is a little tough for us. So yes, I will. Thanks, brother. I love you too, man. Okay? Okay, I will. You too. Thanks, brother. I know.
That's a tough one for me, man.
Looking back, it was hard, but Toronto is always gonna have a special place in my heart, no matter what.
In our minds, we were always trying to construct this team around Kyle and DeMar. What pieces do you put to complement them to actually give them a chance?
We're building a foundation of defense, of togetherness, and this piece and Serge.
We needed this kind of athletic ability. We needed a power forward. Big player, big game player. It was really good to bring him here.
Ibaka fires for 3.
People, they kind of forget those first few years of building. People don't remember pouring the concrete. They just remember the big, beautiful building.
Your goal has to be championship. And if you keep trying to achieve, you set the standard and you try to reach that height, you start to chop at it, bit by bit. With some luck along the way and good people, Coach Casey, it started to come together. But we were very short of many things as the years went by.
I think we were built to go to the finals. We just ran into a great LeBron and Kyrie, Kevin Love team. Every year, I think I got put off by LeBron 3 years in a row. One of those things where you just couldn't get over the hump.
Those were some great times and tough times, you know, because we started to reach, you know, like a point where we're almost hitting our heads against the ceiling. And how do you build from there? Where do you go from there? Kept playing Cleveland and LeBron, and they kept beating us, and we're out in the playoffs, and yeah, you start to really pound your head against the wall and try to figure it out, you know, like what are we doing wrong? You get to a certain point and you keep doing the same thing over and over again.
After they made the decision to part ways with their coach, Dwayne Casey, it wasn't just going to be a coaching move. They felt like they needed to change the core of what defined their team to get them over the hump.
Superstars don't become available very often. Masai Ujiri has been looking for his superstar for years. Now he's got one in Kawhi Leonard.
To make those two decisions on those two incredible people was it's one of the hardest things I've ever done, to let Dwayne Casey go. You know, when I rank people, father figures in my life, I rank my dad, I rank Coach OBJ, second in Dwayne Casey is probably 3, you know, like somebody that a good man that really like affects you and wants good for you, and has been we've made, you know, worked together, made decisions together, and here it is, you know, like you have to do this. And hardest moments for me, and DeMar too. It took me, I had to walk around a hotel at night, 2 hours, sum up enough courage to call DeMar to tell him about this, you know. And yeah, trust me, I'm not a weak person, you know. It's not, but these are things that touch the heart, you know, like the human in you, it tears you apart, you know, like inside. And those two decisions there inside, like, really tore me apart.
You're simultaneously trying to create a culture of family, and we rely on each other to win. We rely on each other on the court, off the court. But at the same time, you have to have an eye on towards what's the fit of the team and how can this team win best. That's the sort of things that I, you know, battle with most internally. Is the balance of doing this change or making this trade worth it for what we're trying to build as a family, as a team?
Kawhi Leonard was the best player in the world at that point in our minds. And he was the fit. Simple. This was the opportunity to get this kind of a player, and you jump on it.
You can't acknowledge sort of a lot of the history of the Raptors without talking about the Kawhi deal.
After Kawhi came, you know, like we just knew, you know, like that this was that turning point.
Let's get ready to roll. Raps! 1, 2, 3, Raps!
Mental toughness in the game, the mental capacity to take it, to lose or to win and to keep going. That fight, that spirit, him, Kyle, Pascal, Fred, you know, like, think of those guys, mental capacity, you know, like the toughness, you know, mental toughness. Those guys were tough.
Me and my agent, we were, you know, debating if we should ask for a trade. We just want to go somewhere else where I can get more playing time. Me and Norm were in a hotel playing video games, and I was like, bro, I think I might get traded here. Man, no, you're not. You're never leaving. I was like, bro, I'm serious. And I was showing them texts from my agent.
Being able to have those conversations around the deadline, like, do you want to be traded? So when it's like a mutual thing, I'm glad that, like, you're happy with, you know, the trajectory of your career and where you're going. Like, it's gonna suck, but like, I'm still rooting for you. And then when it's something like unexpected, it's like, damn.
It was painful. When you spend so much time and you put a lot of your soul and your dedication to that team, I thought everything gonna continue as it was. But right before trade deadline, I'm going to Memphis. I didn't know what to expect. First time being traded, first time going somewhere else. 6.5 years is not a short period of time, but it's what it is.
I appreciate everything you've done. I remember calling JV, and that broke my heart, you know, like, cause here we are on the verge, but yeah, like letting JV go for like a little bit more experienced player who was a little bit more of a stretch and fit how we wanted to play. that was a decision we had to make. Tell you what, that's the toughest part of the business, man.
It was a long time coming in the works, but very rewarding, and it really gratified me to see him go on and add Kawhi Leonard, adding Marc Gasol in that group. Unfortunately, DeMar didn't get to enjoy it, but yet and still I guarantee in his heart and his mind he did, because he was a big part of that group of building and winning that championship.
I think sometimes we have to taste success, right? And sometimes you have to fight, like to get to that success, and it's not easy. It's not easy to win. When I said we'll win in Toronto, people thought it was a joke, but I believed it. I believed it. I believe we'll win again in Toronto. 100%. There's nothing in my mind that tells me that we won't, and nothing in my mind that makes me believe, that we won't win again here.
Huge trade, Brandon Ingram joining Toronto Raptors.
He sees a fit here. I think that's why he came here. He also loves Toronto.
There is real potential of the idea of what could happen in the future with this team and Brandon Ingram.
I would come in motivated, man. How was it playing?
When you preach team, you build relationships, you build a family type atmosphere, and you build that strong bond. For us to make decisions like this, you have to dig deep inside. And it's not even about making the right decision, it's even the human part of it. All these guys, you have their relationships with them, and we've put ourselves in this situation where it's difficult, to make these moves. That's the first part. The second part, these decisions are hard. You have to have a lot of luck. Things have to go your way. Sometimes we all act like we're geniuses, but you do need luck in this business.
Exciting day for the franchise. I think it was an exciting day when we traded for him, but maybe more exciting to be able to ink Brandon to a long-term extension here. It's an important step as we rebuild this roster, continue to add talent to the core here.
If you want to win, you want to be successful, you need a guy like that. So I think it was a great move as they continue to build and try to figure things out.
It's all about creating that environment and that culture again, and I think they're on the right page.
Brandon, obviously you can see that your guys are here, which I think is a showing of just how they're all here. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them of just your commitment to them with obviously committed to you?
I appreciate everybody for, welcoming me with open arms. Everybody over there, they've been welcoming, and, I appreciate every last one of them. I'm gonna be a big part of, what they do going forward and try to be an example every single day.
All I do is think ahead. How are you going to win? Winning on the court, winning off the court, and bringing people along. How do you take people along with you as you go?
Next time on Open Gym.
Here is the man that this crowd wants to see. Vince Carter would told Kenny Smith that he has 4 dunks that no one has ever seen.
It's over, ladies and gentlemen.
What did he do? What was that? We couldn't comprehend what we were seeing.
I was just praying. Because I was like, please don't fall off this rim.
That weekend was the coming out party for the world.
My privilege to announce that the 2016 NBA All-Star Game will be hosted here in Toronto, Canada.
That was the coldest in my 7 years it had ever been in Toronto.
There's so many iterations of All-Star Weekend that includes our players.
Let's go play some ball.
All-Star Game, for many reasons, is the biggest celebration of basketball. There's so many iterations of All-Star Weekend that includes our players.
And whether it says Raptors or whether it says Toronto, whatever jersey they're wearing, it's a big deal.
Oh my goodness gracious, it is over!
Vince Carter just put the Raptors on the map.
That weekend was the coming out party for the world.
It's one of the most iconic moments to me in sports. It changed everything.
Toronto All-Star was so special.
I think the All-Star Game was important to continue to establish Toronto as a big part of the NBA family.
How excited are you? The slam dunk contest. Are you excited?
Not yet, because we still have a couple of games and kind of stay focused. But I'm just excited about the opportunities to being there. And you watch it all the time. I've never been, so I really don't know what to expect. Of course, Tracy's going to be there, so that'll help. But it's going to be fun just to actually play in the All-Star Game more than the dunk contest, just because all of the great players in the NBA are going to be there, and I'm actually being considered as one of them with the fans' help, of course. And it's just going to be fun.
I remember the buzz even around the team in the weeks leading up to the dunk contest, and people kind of prodding him, like, what are you going to do and what might you have? And it was really quiet. I don't remember anything ever really leaking out.
It was crazy because not only did we have Vince Carter that first year, we had Tracy McGrady. And you have two guys that are in the dunk contest and all that. And I'll never forget the one time Butch in practice, they're going up and down, and it was like essentially a dunk competition. And so Butch would say, okay, no more dunks. There's no more dunks in practice. So then you would see Tracy and Vince do the most acrobatic and outlandish layups, essentially, if you would. Like, they get all the way up, be up above the rim, be right here getting ready to dunk, and then they just let it go.
I want to see something nasty, too. We got to give y'all something nasty. I was in it last year, now it's his turn this year.
Expectations were really high because he was such a great in-game dunker, and somehow he exceeded those expectations with the dunks that he pulled off.
I was excited about the opportunity. I mean, this is something I'd looked forward to my entire life. I used to not only get permission to watch the dunk contest, I would tape them, to study them and watch them again and try to figure out why ABC, whoever it may be, is doing this dunk.
A sensational field coming up in the slam dunk competition. Certainly Vince Carter of the Toronto Raptors is the favorite.
I was in the tunnel, and I was the last person to interview Vince Carter before he went out onto the stage. And I remember talking to Vince in the tunnel, and microphone was behind my back, and I said to him, V, this is you, man. This is made for you. He was like, I don't know, Jonesy, man. There's some good dunkers out there, man. Stevie Francis, Jerry Stackhouse.
I felt that way, like Jonesy was talking about, because leading up to that morning, Tracy and I were supposed to come over to have our practice time, but we couldn't find our driver to take us over. He was nowhere to be found. So we had to lie to the guy and convince him to give us a ride from San Francisco over to the arena in Oakland. Finally got a ride, and we get over there, but we missed our practice time. So by the time we show up, everybody's coming out of their practice time, three-point contest is going on. Everybody's waiting for that to end so we can go on to warm up for the dunk contest.
And we did the interview. He kind of had his head down, and he left me, and he walked away, and he kind of walked out a door into the arena, and the light hit, and it was like he went from, I'm not so sure, to boom, I got this, watch me.
And now the contestants of All-Star 2000, NBA.com Slam Dunk.
I remember walking out there for the layup line, and I'm like, this is my practice time. It is what it is. This is what you've been dreaming of. This is your opportunity to, you always wanted to get on the stage and do your thing and show the people what you got.
And here is the man that this crowd wants to see. Vince Carter, who had told Kenny Smith that he has 4 dunks that no one has ever seen.
The dunk routine that I wanted to do, I changed in that layup line prior to the contest starting because I didn't think it was good enough and I didn't think it would win. Those dunks that I did that night were either scrapped weeks ago or tried that night.
From the Toronto Raptors, Vince Carter.
Antoine and KG, I think, got me more excited than anything because obviously Antoine, my college teammate, KG, we played McDonald's game, we've been around each other, so he kind of knew me and what I had to offer, and they just hyped me up, and just seeing all of these other superstars who were excited to see me on that court was just like, oh man. It's kind of like once I stepped in between the lines, it was like, go for it.
And here is Vince Carter with his first stop.
Let's go home! Let's go home, ladies and gentlemen! Let's go home! Let's go home! Let's go home!
Hey, that is a reverse 360 going against the grain. That is unbelievable. This building just exploded.
That reverse 360 windmill, that was the first time I'd ever seen that. Anybody do something like that.
Anybody says they weren't surprised is lying, because as much as you knew what he could do, nobody expected him to pull out some of the tricks that he did.
We couldn't comprehend what we were seeing. It's like, holy, what did he do?
I was in disbelief. Like when he did the first, I'm like, okay, that can't get any better than that. It's literally just kept getting better and better and better.
This will be a team dunk with Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady.
The basket's here, you shoot the dunk and then immediately pan to the bench where all the other guys were, the NBA guys that were playing in the All-Star game, and they were falling all over each other, holding up the cards, 10, 10, 10.
The judges are coming over the table to congratulate Vince Carter. This is unheard of. Oh my goodness gracious, it is over.
Vince Carter with a spectacular show.
After that, all the other people's dunks that were really good, all the other guys, nobody cared. They want to see Vince again.
He's got the swagger. He's got it all. The same kind of swagger that the Dominiques and the Jordans have.
When I'm walking up to the rim and I do one of these, I was just praying. That was my time because I was like, please don't fall off this rim.
All right, Vince Carter with his first on the final round.
Ladies, wait, time out. Can I take a time out?
I just remember my dad's reaction, and my dad was just like, that boy just stuck his arm in the rim.
That still comes, I believe, from when Butch said no more dunking, and he would push the ball through the net and let it go. That's not a dunk. That's not a dunk.
Last thing Butch Carter told me before I left here, he's like, don't break anything. Remember, there's a season after this. So that's why in the dunk contest, more so than just putting my arm in, I held on and closed my eyes, because I was trying not to fall off. There, cat's on the bag.
That weekend was the coming out party. That was the coming out party for the world. It wasn't a secret no more.
Vince Carter of the Toronto Raptors coming through with a sensational performance, and he is the NBA.com slam dunk champion.
I think at that time, that's exactly what the league needed. And Vince on the biggest stage with Toronto, with the Raptors across his chest, stepped up in the biggest moment and put on the best show.
It's one of the most iconic moments to me in sports, honestly, because it changed everything.
When Vince did that, numerous things happened. Number one, he won the dunk competition. Number two, it endeared him with other players across the NBA. It entrenched him as an instant legend.
Man, he's, what do they say, half man, half amazing? Good Lord.
Number three, it caught the attention of the entire basketball world.
This is a game of superstardom, and it's a game of superstars and the branding of the NBA. And I just thought to myself, I'm still getting goosebumps thinking about that dunk competition because I thought Vince Carter just put the Raptors on the map.
And then there was the association between Vince Carter and Toronto. And then all of a sudden he's on the front cover of Sports Illustrated. Okay, this is new. This is new territory for Toronto.
Watching that on TV, I think all the kids in Canada, after that dunk off, were putting the hoop super low and trying to do those dunks, and they still were hard. That's how you know those dunks were crazy, right? So
after the dunk contest, win the dunk contest, all of that, hold the trophy up. The next morning, I couldn't extend my arm. Purple, in black and blue purple, from holding on the rim so hard, not falling off. So I had to ice and do all this treatment prior to just to be able to extend to playing the game that next morning. So I was like, yo, Butch is gonna lose it. But I was able to play in the game and do what I did, but I had to share that.
Do you have any idea the impact the dunk competition has had back in Canada and really around the world?
I don't. I know it was a big thing for them to bring it back, and I think it was worth it. And we'll see. I'm sure it'll be even bigger next year.
Have you come down yet?
Well, yeah, I'm down. I'm down now. I'm glad it's over. I'm relaxing now. I can start focusing back on the season.
Thank you and congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you.
And now to make today's landmark announcement, here is the NBA's Deputy Commissioner and COO, Adam Silver.
Thank you, Matt. And it is my privilege to announce that the 2016 NBA All-Star Game will be hosted here in Toronto, Canada.
It's great. Be able to represent, a whole country, first time being out of the United States, to be here, having the world see Toronto for the first time, and, it's going to be great. And, I take a lot of pride in it from playing in Toronto for 7 years and seeing how much the city has grown.
There's something genuine about this city. There's something great. There's so much to soak in. I mean, our goal is in 2016 to truly showcase that. I think it's just going to be a week where everyone leaves and everyone agrees that it was truly an incredible event. I think that's the goal. So that's the gospel right there.
I think it was such a big moment for us as a franchise. I think when I came in 2013, we talked about getting the All-Star Game. The All-Star Game, for many reasons, is sort of the biggest party, the biggest celebration of basketball. And so I think there's so many moments of that weekend, which was, this is what the Raptors mean to the NBA. This is Canadian basketball culture. These are famous players that have been part of Canada basketball. Basketball is invented in Canada. There's so many things there that I felt like, put Toronto on a global basketball stage.
I was, again, a proud papa because all my friends from all around the NBA, coaches, players, were coming into our city. So I was proud to go around and show people around. But one thing I couldn't defend that weekend was that weather. Oh, it was bad, and I was apologizing for it the whole weekend.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Toronto.
It was just cold.
I remember being angry. I remember being angry because it hadn't been that cold up until that weekend.
It was crazy because the week before that, it was nice. Remember that? And then that week, it just totally switched up on us.
It's funny because everybody, when they came into town, they were like, dang, is it always this cold? I was like, no, this is probably the coldest this has ever been. I think it was like a record how cold it was.
I'm gonna characterize it as the gods were protecting us. They didn't want everyone to know about the secret that is Toronto. So, they kind of made it a little worse than it usually was.
Of course it happens. Toronto's known for the cold, and the world comes here and it's freezing, right? You're going out with the prettiest girl, and you finally get a date, and you get a big pimple right on your forehead, right? Like it just happens, right?
We still had a great time, man. We still had a great time. It was great for the city, for the country. It was a crazy time.
I think people came here and was like, oh my goodness, this city is amazing. I think the way the entire All-Star was put on was magnificent. I think they did absolutely everything right, except for scheduling it in February. That was the one misstep.
I think that weekend really opened up, and showed you, even though it's freezing cold, it was the coldest it's ever been. People really got to see the city, and I think that really put Toronto on the map globally in terms of the U.S. and people coming from all over and actually experiencing it that weekend, because the NBA weekend brings so many different people out here. So the city really blew up.
I think the All-Star Game was important for that because it helped to continue to establish Toronto as a big part of the NBA family.
Live from Toronto, Ontario, TNT's coverage of NBA All-Star Weekend continues with the 2016 State Farm All-Star Saturday Night.
Fans, it's time to add a new page to the history books as we begin the 2016 Verizon Slam Dunk.
I mean, has there been a better All-Star Saturday than the one that took place in Toronto? The Eric Gordon Zach LaVine dunk contests, I think that hasn't been topped since, and I don't know if it's ever going to be topped.
It's the Orlando Magic's Aaron Gordon. From the Minnesota Timberwolves, Zach LaVine.
Like, it was Zach LaVine, Aaron Gordon.
That was, in my opinion, the best dunk competition. Zach LaVine versus Aaron Gordon going toe-to-toe was ridiculous.
When people think of that weekend, they think of those two guys doing crazy stuff and never missing a dunk. Like, that's the thing, that they didn't miss any.
I've been said this since 2000. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It's over again.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner and back-to-back champion, Verizon Slam Dunk, Zach LaVine from the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I still think Aaron got robbed.
I remember being in the arena watching the dunk contest and feeling aggrieved. Aaron Gordon was denied justice.
You could argue it was controversial just because Aaron didn't win, but it was probably the best dunk contest ever.
Well, one of the judges, Magic Johnson, said this is one of the best dunk contests he has ever seen.
The dunk contest was crazy. The game was great. You think about the legacy of Kobe Bryant and having one of his final great performances be in Toronto. For myself personally, a giant Kobe stan.
This was Kobe's all-star weekend, right?
I was in love with that moment. I thought that Toronto All-Star was enough for me to say that we need to do it again and again and again. I think Toronto deserves a lot more All-Star games.
Toronto All-Star was so special for me because I always wanted people to respect the city. I always wanted people to respect the country because at that time, nobody really was paying attention to us. We always felt like the odd man out. Just to see us on a main stage, being representing in Toronto, man, that was everything we was fighting for.
It has been 25 years since the best players in the world descended upon San Francisco, California. But today, in the Bay, they're back. All-Star Weekend officially tips off.
Brady Dick, he's heading off to the Rising Stars game, and this is an honor that he truly deserves. And just even seeing the growth in his game since he got to this organization has been quite special.
Really proud, this is one of the goals me and my dad wrote on paper, and we do this thing before every season since I've been, a freshman in high school, where we take a piece of paper and write down what I want to achieve throughout the year, and this is one of the main things on it for kind of a personal goal. So, it's cool to look back at that and see what we did. Team T on 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here, and that's really all I'm thinking about. And I'm excited to play with these guys out here that I don't usually get the chance to.
Got two.
It's all up to you. All up to you. It's a big shot. It's good. Ooh, Jeff stepping. What if this way? Oh!
What is that?
I ain't trying to brag, but you just see what I just did?
Seen it, bro. I respect it.
Call me a tree Pete. Tom Dick. Uh-oh, see ya.
There it go!
Ooh!
What he good?
That's nice.
just like practice. But you get nervous for this or no?
That's all fun. That's on the shites.
That would be.
That's how I walk around Toronto. No. Ooh.
You like that?
You ready?
Yeah, ready to go.
Any glasses? I could do it to him though, but I don't know if I should. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I think I have to, right? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go play some ball.
Yeah.
You know, I'm super grateful. You know, it's a blessing to be here during this weekend. You know, it's cool to see personal achievements every once in a while, and get to do it with my family and, you know, everyone here. You know, from the Raptors. So it's, you know, it takes a bunch of people to help, but you know, it's a huge blessing.
Wake me up, young man. Now I got a cup of coffee.
It is out. Carter has him line left. Ryan guards him. He blows by him. To the hoop at 360. Two-hand jam by Vince Carter.
There's so many iterations of All-Star Weekend that includes our players.
I was just a young guy. I'm trying to establish myself and make my mark. I know there's a kid watching the dunk contest, taping it and breaking it down like I did. But it's like when you're engulfed in the moment, I was just making sure I made a dunk.
Underneath to Davis for the monster dunk.
AD did so much. I don't think it was acknowledged, and it wasn't recognized outside of our team. I think he was very underrated when it came to his value for the Toronto Raptors, but I was very excited when he got acknowledged as an All-Star that year.
Whether it says Raptors or whether it says Toronto, whatever jersey they're wearing, it's a big deal when even Jamario Moon is out there, or when Jason Capono is out there, whomever the player might be, Terrence Ross. To still say, no, but that guy's on our team and that guy's representing us.
That was such a cool moment because up to that point, you know, Chris had left. We kind of struggled those next couple of years just trying to find our way. You know, I remember going into that year, I just wanted to win and I wanted to kind of, you know, gain my respect on and off the court, and making All-Star that year, it was a feeling I couldn't describe because, you know, it take you back to being a kid watching all the All-Star weekends. Now, you being a part of it, you seeing your name being selected, you putting on that jersey.
Steele drops it for Valanciunas, and Jonas throws it down.
Kyle dunk in one of those no, maybe when he was dreaming, but I don't think he dunked. If he did, I missed it. I'm sorry.
It happened in New York. Off the miss, I dunked it. And yeah, I don't know. I got into me that day. I think the floor was bouncy. It gave me a little extra boost.
John Walls, baby. I got Hobbs.
I think there was twice where the coaching staff was named. And so, you know, we get a big plane, the players will go, they bring their families. And it ends up being sort of like a very Raptor weekend where the Toronto Raptors are sort of front and center in All-Star.
Me being an All-Star is cool, but to show that you can take and lead two different staffs to lead an All-Star game and get them that bonus or that notoriety and all that stuff, that was the most important thing about the All-Stars for me.
We had a great time with it, and I'll never forget coming down to the very end of the game. We had a chance to win the game, and we were playing against actually Kyle and DeMar, who were on the other team, and we put the ball in, I believe it was LeBron James' hands, and we ran a play that we would normally run for DeMar, and I think we scored on it, and it was kind of like a fun moment.
Fred VanVleet, first undrafted player in this All-Star game since '06, and Ben Wallace.
That was a crazy weekend for me because it was also the NBA 75 too. So all of the legends, Hall of Famers were there as well in Cleveland that weekend. So I got to get that at the same time as being an All-Star.
It was just fun to be able to connect with so many different people. I feel like that's the best part about it. Even just getting mentorship from Dame when just sitting on the bench talking to Dame. Those things like that is just like an important bond connection that you take away from those moments.
A versatile wing with elite shooting ability who can play above the rim from the Toronto Raptors, Grady Dick.
I'm really proud of him. You know, it took a lot of work that he invested this past season, especially during the summer, his commitment. He made huge leaps and huge strides. Really proud of the work that he put in. This is a great accomplishment for him to be selected for Rising Star.
Grady Dick, unable to be stopped, taking it to the rack. 4 points for him, 4 points for the team, 2 assists for Anthony Black. Grady Dick from deep. Don't let Grady Dick get hot. He gets hot, it's going to start falling.
Anything that I do, I'm representing them, and I understand that. And not only them, but the whole of Canada. So it's kind of maybe a lot to think of, but at the same time, I wouldn't want it any other way. it just shows the love and support that Canada has and Toronto, as a whole for their players. And I feel like anything that I do, I play for them too, and it's to make them proud at the end of the day.
Next time on Open Gym.
Welcome to the playoffs. The focus, the energy, the excitement.
Playoff ball, it took it to a whole nother level.
Atmosphere was just phenomenal. Every possession, every play matters.
The whole energy of the whole entire city changed.
Winning a playoff series, moving on to the next one, you have confidence.
Vince and Allen were trading blows.
The Raptors were just like scratching and clawing.
And we just couldn't beat that motherfucker.
Playoffs are the regular season on steroids.
Took it to a whole nother level.
A different level of focus and preparation.
It's a different game.
In the playoffs, it's all about inches.
Every possession, every play matters. The highest intensity, highest stakes that you could find.
It was like, we finally got here, and now let's make some noise.
The whole energy of the whole entire city changed.
You could feel the tension in the building, in the arena, whether you're home, whether you're away.
That crowd is electric. Fans going crazy. Crowd going crazy, chanting.
The Air Canada Centre shaking.
Atmosphere was just phenomenal.
That was spine-tingling.
It was a wowing experience.
Vince and Allen were trading blows.
Wow, what could happen next? It was an unbelievable battle.
More physical, it's tougher.
The Raptors were scratching and clawing.
We just couldn't beat that motherfucker.
Please give it up for UFC champ,
Darko reached out to me, and I came about a year ago to talk to the team, and he said the team would like to have another dose of GSP. So I said, of course, I'll come by. Guys, thank you for the warm welcome. Really appreciated. Well, today I was mostly talking about some of the tricks and principles that I use for performance. The only thing that matters is the objective. How I feel, what people gonna think of me, of what is he gonna do, or am I gonna win or not? Does not exist. Me as an entity, I don't exist. The only thing that exists is the objective. What I need to do in order to win. The objective can change depending of what's the problem in front of you.
The 2000 playoffs. Today, it's the Toronto Raptors versus the New York Knicks. Easter Sunday at Madison Square Garden in New York, viewing the Knicks return to the playoffs against one of the league's rising stars, Vince Carter of the Toronto Raptors, in his first playoff appearance.
The franchise had never been there before. With all the hype behind the young talent, all this, I mean, you get there and it's like, this is opportunity. This is a Knicks team that just gone to the finals, and now we get that chance to play there and see what we had.
Vince was coming into his own, Tracy was coming into his own. Coach Carter had the team
pumped up, ready to go. Being in the Garden, that energy, it was electricity in there.
The focus, the energy, the excitement, palpable here at Madison Square Garden.
To be able to make the playoffs, that was the first step to success. And then to run out and watch the fans respond.
That first playoff game, the one thing I'll never forget, when they sing the Canadian national anthem during, the pregame, and then the whole crowd kind of takes over and sing, you can't help but get chills.
You knew you had something special in Toronto.
Christie for three.
It was a wowing experience, I tell you.
As you played an experienced Knicks team with a lot of weapons,
Pulls up, it's good!
I think we were very satisfied getting to the playoffs and forcing them to beat us.
I just remember reading and taking a lot of heat for not being able to get it done. I'm like, man, this is the Knicks here. This is Jeff Van Gundy's Knicks who made it hell for Michael Jordan. But it was a great experience, and going through that inspired and brought out a hunger for the following year. Obviously, reading what's being said, so you hold on to that, and you get back there and you get to play the Knicks again.
They were going to be a year older, and we were going to be a year better.
I felt like we were close to breaking through, and with another year of experience and a few additions here and there.
We had guys on our team who had bad blood. They shared it and they vocalized that. Oak and Chris Childs having those memories of, look, we gonna do this.
Chris Childs was a big boost for us. He brought toughness, he brought experience. He just brought that to our team. It was so intense. It showed you like how you had to prepare for the game. I just remember the Knicks knowing every one of our plays.
Vince was the focal point of that team. Jeff Van Gundy was very specific about how we were going to defend him, how we were going to attack him, and it was all on a piece of paper. It said Carter rules.
And Charles Oakley, he challenged our coaching staff after the first game that we lost, and he said we weren't as prepared. That next day, we were prepared. We were practicing like it was training camp, everything the Knicks would do. Now, we were on an even playing field.
This best of 5 series is now even at 1 apiece. First ever playoff victory for the Toronto Raptors.
You get a lot of veterans who've been on teams who've been deep in the playoff, been to the finals. You know what it takes.
I look back at how hard they played.
The Raptors have won and forced a deciding 5th game at Madison Square Garden in New York Friday night.
And the big plays.
Shouts to my guy, Alvin Williams, hitting that big shot.
And I remember Alvin's reaction.
It was a nail in a coffin type of shot.
1 minute remaining on the 4.
I actually lost the ball. And Vince was very alert. He picked it up and then kicked it back to me. It was like 1 second left on the clock, and I had to shoot it on the shot clock.
And now the Raptors using the clock in no hurry. Oh, Williams lost control. Shot clock down to 3. Here's Williams. Oh, enormous field goal for Alvin Williams.
All of that I had to read finally came out there.
The Toronto Raptors celebrate as they have defeated the New York Knicks.
When we left Toronto, I told the guys, bring clothes because we going to Philly.
To go into Madison Square Garden and win the rubber game of a match was just a very special feeling. And particularly I felt for Charles Oakley. I remember walking into the locker room after the game, and Oaks and my eyes met, and we just kind of winked at each other, and he was the most happy guy you could see, and I was so happy for him because he had done so much for our franchise and got rewarded with that win on the Garden floor.
For Toronto to beat the Mecca of basketball in the Garden, that was pretty significant.
To get our first playoff series win for the franchise, unreal.
As a team is being built and there's this momentum, then you hit this milestone and then you hit the next one. In the playoffs, when it happens like that, I don't think you have a chance to kind of really take it all in, but you do take a deep breath like, whew, we got over that hump. Like, wow, what could happen next?
Here in Philadelphia, we're getting ready for the 76ers and the Raptors. It's game 1 of the best of 7, a matchup of Allen Iverson and Vince Carter.
Winning a playoff series, moving on to the next one, you have confidence.
We had an exciting team. We had an up-tempo team with swag and it factor.
Here's Carter with time running down. McKee got a piece of it. Oh, Carter able to recover.
We took the game one.
You and I talked about it earlier about this being a shootout between you and Allen. You have 35, he has 36, but you come out with a game one win.
Well, I'll take that any day. I'll take it any day. When you're talking about playing against a superstar like that who's relentless.
Iverson, yes! You can't let him get 50-plus points in a game like this.
It was an unbelievable battle, and that's what made it iconic.
Vince and Allen were trading blows throughout.
It's one thing to say, oh no, I'm gonna bounce back and get it done, and then actually being able to go out there and do it.
Vince is there for the over. Holy mackerel!
He wasn't missing nothing. Everybody came rise to the occasion.
This crowd is on its feet, and they are hysterical with what they're seeing from Vince Carter. Look up. Here it's going to be Carter, 50.
In the fourth quarter, George Lynch, he was stepping out a little bit too much. We went to do some back picks and on-ball screens. So we had to exploit it.
Jerome Williams defended nicely by Lynch.
Vince Carter in the huddle says, why don't you just go ahead and give him a hard fake, go back door. I'm going to just lay it there for you to do what you got to do.
Takes the ball back and puts it through. Well executed. Vince Carter to Jerome Williams.
He got posterized that day.
We played so hard. I was so proud of our guys.
Game 6 coming back, beating them at home and fans going crazy. We had the momentum, we had the confidence, and then we were looking at that Game 7 like, yeah, it's about to go down in Philly.
But First Union Center in Philadelphia, where the only guarantees we'll make right now is this place will be packed and the noise will be deafening.
Game 7. Game 7, that always sticks out in my mind.
You lose a game, you win a game, you win a game, you lose a game, and then you're there at Game 7 like, oh my goodness, like we can really do this. We can really win the next series.
You win this series, you move on to potentially have a chance to the finals.
It's just going to be a matter of who plays better on this given day.
As loud as it is, it's silent. You know, you just hear like loud noise and it's just so steady you don't even hear it anymore. The intensity is there, like everybody is focused on this moment.
2 seconds to go. Toronto out of timeouts.
We got the play we wanted. We got it to the person we wanted in their hands.
Curry has it. Carter trying to get free. Carter at the buzzer. No good. And the Sixers hold on and advance to the conference finals.
Obviously, it hurt like heck to not make that shot to move on, and it just it sucked to miss that shot.
Philly took the win out of us, but it was a great series. Great series.
It was one of the best battles I've ever been in. I mean, going in playoff series after that was fun, but it's nothing like that. Nothing like that.
Nobody wants to admit that they're afraid. But I think same for you guys. You're doing something that you care. It's normal to be afraid of failure. Then I realized that I should not be afraid to admit that I'm afraid. Once you make peace with it and you talk about it, it's easier to control. It can make you train harder, and the fear that your competition is training harder than you. That's, for me, it was like my spine. It was my pride.
Elation of a city that hadn't been in the playoffs for 5 years. A lot of things needed to come together for that to work.
My best playing days was the 2 years here with the Toronto Raptors, playing with Chris Bosh, having Sam Mitchell as the coach.
We were trying to really rebuild the sport, reignite interest in the sport, and felt like we kind of hit a nice little button there where, you know, things did emerge quickly.
For us, I felt like we was the beginning of the era of transforming the energy, the expectations of the Raptors with our years here. I think that was the starting point that has continually been able to evolve this organization.
The 2014 playoffs tip off north of the border. Toronto, where the Raptors had one of their best regular seasons ever.
but their postseason opponent is loaded with big names like Paul Pierce. The Nets and Raptors, Game 1.
Throughout the season, we created an environment like every home game, it was gonna be a win.
It was really cool to watch the city evolve.
We are coming, no one's gonna stop us, and we are going to be relevant, and we are gonna be taken serious, and we are gonna win. We, the North, like really embodied that.
To me, it was just a fantastic, I wouldn't even call it a slogan, I would call it more of an identity.
The whole energy of the whole entire city changed.
Brooklyn was organic, and I'm so appreciative of the fans that went with it. They absorbed it. We actually feel that we can go in a fight and we can go win it.
No, that gave me juice.
I with that. I like that.
It was a long road to get to the playoffs. Like, it was a lot of ups and downs.
It's like, we finally got here, and let's make some noise.
DeRozan with the field goal and the foul. A different guy in game 2.
That's the way to play, boy.
As a young player at that time, it was a privilege to compete against the best.
We're not satisfied. We gotta go. We try to win this series, yo.
Yes. Let's go, Raptors!
We the North.
But that's when Jurassic Park was introduced. Everybody outside. I remember it was raining, and they still stood outside and watched it.
It was unlike anything in the NBA at that time. Like, it really gave us like the motivation we needed to fight.
Sending the message to us like, hey, we gotta go out there and compete against these guys.
Jurassic Park, better than 10,000, stretched out over York Street. And we welcome you inside the Air Canada Centre for Game 7. It has come down to this. One game, one moment.
Atmosphere was just phenomenal. As a player, you want to play in those moments and feel that.
When you're in the playoffs and every shot is like,
oh, yes!
It's like really like a highs and lows. We definitely understand and feel that genuine tension and relief of every mistake, great moment, bad moment. We genuinely feel it.
Lowry going all the way to the basket inside. 1 point game. That's a strong move. 8.8 remaining. Rose got a hand on it. Rose got it. Threw it off of Pierce. It's Raptors ball.
I was like, I'll take the last shot. And that was out of place. Coach Casey drew a play. I thought we were going to win.
One possession, 6.2 to go.
We don't have the collective breath, but when the shot makes or misses, you feel that energy like, oh, you know what I mean? That's where you feel that. You don't feel that as you're going up for the shot. You feel it at the moment of like, it went in or it didn't go in.
Here is Lowry on the deck, through 2. Lowry put it up. It's blocked by Pierce, and the Nets win the series.
That was one of the plays I always relived in my head because I'll never forget that the next day we were in the locker room in college watching film. He was like, Ross, come over here. And he showed me a film where he had the ball, I think it was like in the left wing. And he had a few seconds. It was a few seconds for him to make a play. And I remember me not being in the right position. I was too high. And the way he drove, my man kind of helped and kind of provide that extra assistance, kind of get the deflection or make him take a tough shot. And I just always, that whole summer, I was just remembering like, man, if I was just like 2 feet down in the corner, man, that could have changed the whole swing of the playoffs. Man, to this day, I always think about like, what if I was just 3 feet lower in the corner?
We just came up short game 7, that crushed us. But, we gave it everything we got, and I think we all just cried about it like, man, we wanted to do it for the city of Toronto.
This group has a lot of stuff in front of them, a lot of basketball in front of them. This organization is in a good spot. They're going to be good in the future.
You guys have the last lap. Keep working. Keep working.
I know before I got there was a lot of stress on like the first round's exits.
The previous years they have fell short. I think they might have got swept the year before, so it was a lot of pressure on the guys to get over that hump.
A new opportunity, new
start of the season, baby. Let's go out here and leave it all out there. 48 minutes, man. Let's go out here, have fun, and let's get this win.
Hashtag all day.
Let's go. Win on 3. 1, 2, 3. Win.
One moment for me that really stands out, it was Game 5 in the first round against the Indiana Pacers. We went on a 12-2 run to bring the game within 2 points. We had a rookie, Norm Powell, guarding Paul George. At the 6-minute mark of the fourth quarter, he gets a steal in the passing lane, just leans into an unbelievable athletic dunk. You could feel the energy in that place.
Getting over that hump and kind of figuring out what it took to win was a good feeling. And then we moved on to Miami.
Let's be green with this. All right? Let's be green.
Tougher team. They had a lot of experience, had championship players, they had a lot of culture to them. Kyle hitting that half-court shot, sending to overtime. And I just remember when he hit that shot, seeing his reaction like he was dead tired. That was another opportunity for us to say, hey, what are we going to do? Are we going to fight through it, or are we going to just roll over? And we took them to Game 7 again. Won that one, and that one felt good.
To fight back and win in Game 7 against Indiana. To fight back and win in Game 7 and blow out Miami.
Man, the run to the Eastern Conference was special because I just remember how close we were with that team. Everybody wanted the same goal. Everybody have individual success, and that team was special because everything we did, every single day, we did it together.
First time in franchise history conference final. There's no pressure. Let's have fun and play basketball.
We made it competitive for the most part. LeBron was on his run, so it was what it was, but it was definitely an experience.
Sucks that we couldn't get over that mountaintop.
We didn't get the goal done, but I remember that 6th game, we lost, the crowd going crazy chanting.
Yes, they lost, but being in that arena, watching Doris interview LeBron and him shout out the fans.
First of all, do you hear this?
I do. They're incredible.
Hear this? Unbelievable respect and much respect to these fans, to this country. This is unbelievable. I've never been a part of something like this in my 13-year career. This is special, and they really appreciate what their team did.
Just that moment of celebration and seeing what that run meant to the fans, that's probably, arguably a top 3 favorite moment.
Hard things are hard. Hard things are hard. To win a championship is hard. All right, it starts this summer. All right, here we go.
Together on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Together.
The Raptors were just scratching and clawing, just trying to keep getting better, keep trying to improve, keep trying to take cracks at it.
We were, I want to say, the top seed or the top 2 seed that year.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can say, man. LeBron is LeBron. Especially at that time, he was pretty much in his peak. Trying to figure out that puzzle, not too many ways to stop him. He had really good help.
It was frustrating because you knew you were going to have to get through him, whether it was the first round, the second round of the conference finals.
It wasn't easy. It was frustrating to go through. We put everything we had into building the program to beat him, to get him.
My first year, I was pretty naive to everything. Being young and dumb, we were overconfident, this is the year we're gonna beat them. A couple plays here and there and the same result, you know what I mean? So people see a sweep and you think you get blown out every game, but the older you get, it's not always the end result. It's kind of the small plays in between.
We just couldn't beat that muscle.
Yeah.
We just couldn't beat him. He's that good. I'm just being honest. Kudos to him, because he put a lot of people in that misery. I think we, as we say, we all talk about all the time, because we were in Toronto, it just was a bigger story. But he beat a lot of people a lot of times.
At some point, you play this game long enough, you're going to run into somebody.
Somebody.
You know what I mean? So
we ran into it.
Yeah, that's
we ran into him one too many times.
It's very important to have a team, a solid team, because if something doesn't go well, it will affect you mentally and emotionally. People who got my back and people who were really there for me, because they care about me. They care about the group I was in, and we were all working together to reach a goal.
1, 2, 3, Raptors!
They established this franchise, and like the run that they went on and just the sustained success, like you look around the league, like the Raptors were right up there with like the highest number of wins during that period. You can't take away from that. And ultimately, like that era led to 2019 when they won the championship.
Next time on Open Gym.
The Kawhi thing kind of unfolded in Vegas during Summer League. I think it was the next day they said you need to get to Toronto. This is happening.
It was just like a different feel. I don't know if it's like the way Kawhi came out in training camp, the way it was ran, but like it was a feel of like this could be something special.
Lowry and the building can feel it.
It's really hard, man, to win the NBA title. It's really, really hard, man. You gotta have some great health. You gotta have some fortunate bounce or two, and you just gotta keep really fighting because it's a 2 months of grueling sport.
Our expectation level was to win, that we were poised and ready to make that jump to the next level of playoff victories.
I think when you've got mentally strong guys who love to compete, it just drives you and fuels you to just keep reaching for the next step.
You start to see like now like how really hard it is to get one. You really need things to come together at the same time.
Looks at the clock, turns the corner for the win!
We all started to believe, and with all that happening at once there together, I think that was such a special moment in this country.
You can't put into words what it feels like to have millions of people celebrating something.
When the Raptors won in 2019, I felt like I won. Like, wow, they finally did it.
It just made me not know what to say, but just to stand up and clap and cry for this team that I never thought would get to that day.
It's real. It's real. The Raptors win their first NBA championship.
And the Toronto Raptors have hired Nick Nurse as the team's new head coach. Nurse spent the past 5 seasons as an assistant under Dwayne Casey. He previously spent 6 seasons coaching in the NBA's G League, winning 2 championships and earning Coach of the Year honors in 2011. Nurse becomes the 9th head coach in franchise history.
I got the job in June. Started working, basically going out to see all the players, what you do, putting your staff together, all that stuff.
Put your hands up, stay put, zing it and push the ball. Here we go. Come on, let's go.
The Kawhi thing kind of unfolded in Vegas right at the end of Summer League. For Bobby and Masai called me down for early breakfast like 6 a.m. in Vegas, really early, right? And I said that this was on the table, maybe. They were talking about it, just wanted to let me know. And I just kind of remember I was leaving, I think, that day, and I went back to see my parents in Iowa, and I think it was the next day, they said, you need to get to Toronto. This is happening. I was out of there.
Pop called me. It was early in the morning, very early in the morning, and he was emotional. And I knew once I got the call, and like my phone was blowing up, and I saw, I think, something that there was a trade, but they didn't put the names out yet. So when he called me, I kind of knew. And then, I talked to my agent as well. I might have talked to my agent first and then Pop, but I talked to them first. It was a bittersweet moment for me because I was leaving a city, a place that I called home. Love the fans there, obviously love the fans here, but I was moving closer to my natural home in New York so my family could visit more, and to a city that I love visiting. I was here before I became a Raptor. I would come in the summers and do camps here. So I always loved the city. And it was a winning team already. So I was like, this could be a great opportunity.
We know superstars don't become available very often. Masai Ujiri has been looking for his superstar for years. Now he's got one in Kawhi Leonard.
This is the biggest day in franchise history so far, and we've said that a few times. Everything Masai Ujiri has done in terms of building up the culture of this organization and the notoriety of this organization, the professionalism, it's now all on the line for a year.
Is this Kawhi Leonard of 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, one of the premier players in the NBA? Or is this Kawhi Leonard who was hurt and didn't play and couldn't explain himself and couldn't get along in San Antonio, where everyone gets along? So this is a mystery choice for the Raptors here.
A bold move. You make a decision to part with your coach. It's not just the coach. You got to look at your roster. This is a reflection of that. This guy's a finals MVP. He's got a championship ring. He's one of the elite players in the game. And when you have an opportunity to get him, you go get him. And you know what, too? You add Danny Green. The guy can defend. The guy can shoot. He's got championship rings as well. You're bringing in championship caliber guys. That helps your franchise.
This is a roll of the dice. You roll the dice, you hope he comes in and becomes Kawhi Leonard. You hope he has the kind of year that can push you at least to the Eastern Conference Final, maybe to the NBA Final, and then you hope you can convince him to stay longer.
Thank you for all coming out this morning. I think this is well anticipated as we can see. I want to officially welcome Kawhi Leonard, Danny Green here to Toronto, our Toronto family, Toronto City, and Canada.
Excited, knowing I'm coming to a great city that loves basketball, great organization, and happy that Danny was coming with me as well.
I'm excited about, playing with a lot of the young guys. It's a different role for me, being the vet in the locker room. We're a very deep team, a lot of, threats, a lot of good pieces. And I'm excited to see, how everybody fits in and how well we can play together.
The summer was crazy, but you know what? Now is basketball, and we're excited.
I think when training camp opened in Vancouver, maybe people don't realize that, Kawhi was a veteran, so a lot of the veterans, even Kyle, they don't really show up to training camp until the day before. And so it's not like you have this huge, we watched Kawhi all summer. I remember we were in Vancouver, I remember looking around and Kawhi was sort of doing Kawhi things, which was big, strong, skilled, athletic. And I think we're like, oh wow, we have Kawhi Leonard on our team. So that was sort of like a moment where it's like, this feels different. This feels like what we thought it was in trading for him.
It was just like a different feel. I don't know if it's like the way Kawhi came out in training camp, just from like how things were like set up and ran from like previous training camps. Like it was a feel of like, this could be something special.
The way I remember was that obviously there was a lot of tension, building up because of the DeMar trade that kind of like shook everybody up. We fired Case, hired Nick. So a lot went into that in general. But I think that gave everybody a singular focus, like we're gonna win a championship.
Well, there was a lot of things going on. There was obviously, Kyle was upset about the DeMar, business side of the sport.
There was some awkwardness to it, but not with everybody. I'd known Kalo for a long time, so me and Kalo had competed against each other for years. He's from Philly area, I'm from New York. I've known him since high school days, college days. Never got a chance to play with him, but played against him for a numerous amount of years. And there was always that respect factor. So he always had love and respect for me, and vice versa, and also Kawhi. But the awkwardness was more so with him and the coaching staff and the front office. And he kind of stayed to himself early on when we did training camp. We started, I think it was in Vancouver. We did the tour throughout Canada. And Kalo kind of was on his own. He would show up, he'd be there early on his own, but he didn't kind of move with the team as much early on. And Nick was very much confront all the tension type of coach. We're going to address the elephant in the room. That was his thing. And from jump, even the beginning of the season, was like, you and Kawhi, we need to sit down with Kalo and see what's going on. So he had me and Kawhi kind of talk to him early on. And it's like, we're still building rapport here, Nick. Like, it's kind of early.
I think that year, I almost got traded. Really, like, me and Masai, and, we had a very, what's the word I'm looking for? A very theatrical exchange of words.
It came to a point, where we just had to decide, what we were going to do, and are we doing it or are we not? Are you in or are you out? And if you're out, here is how it is. But this is it. And if we're going. And Kyle's a great person. There are times I was like, okay, why is this guy doing this, or what's the rationale, or what's the thinking behind this? And he was incredibly smart. He knew what he wanted. And then sometimes, just like we let emotions sometimes get in the way, or sometimes we overthink things, which all of us do. And at this point, after Kawhi came, we just knew, that this was that turning point. And man, that turning point was that turning point. It changed how we think and how we approached everything, and how we were going to really go after this championship season, and really seeing, what we had.
Let's face it, he lost his best friend in DeMar DeRozan, leaving this team to San Antonio. But it was Masai's recognition that they needed to build a particular team. And when Kyle, I think, accepted that and realized that, look, this might be something special, I think that's when everything changed.
The most anticipated opening night in a long time, for a lot of reasons, but here's the main one. Kawhi Leonard will make his debut.
Hey, fellas, I already know. The first one, the hardest one to get. First one, the hardest one to get. When we hunt, we're going to protect our house. This is our house. Nobody come this much. We go out here and beat their ass. Everybody, give everything you got tonight. First one, we're going to make a mistake. We're going to be tough. But we're going to go out here and get this victory, y'all. All right? We'll do it together. 1 on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
And here's Leonard back in, finds Kyle. Corner three. Lowry connects.
He kind of started getting more comfortable with us pretty early. Probably after training camp, early in the season, of telling us, some of the rules and letting me know this is how we do things. So yeah, it was just happened naturally, organically, and I think as time went on, we started to get closer.
Raptor fans to their feet here at Scotiabank Arena. And for Nick Nurse, congratulations in his head coaching debut. And a lot of roads traveled from Carroll, Iowa to Toronto. That's for sure.
Okay, let's go. Let's get it up. Good job. A lot of ways to win a game. Wasn't the prettiest, but we got to win, right? Good job.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Take your first one.
Congratulations. Win, baby.
Coach Nick Nurse for his first NBA official win. How you doing? I'm the first one. Congratulations, Coach.
thank you for all your hard work. Seriously, appreciate it. Coaches, staff, everybody. We really busted our ass all summer, fall, training camp in here, okay? I think it was a really big advantage to know the dynamics of the team. That, you know, it was a very good team. So, you know, there was a lot of things. I think, you know, obviously we were winning a lot of games, doing well. A couple of suggestions, thoughts we had to do a little differently. And really at that point, you know, we were a little bit unsure of what Kawhi's health status was going to be. You know, we kind of had the plan of, you know, not playing him in back-to-backs at the start of the year, and the team played well with him and played well without him, so we kind of kept that going and stuff like that.
You never sort of want to rest on your laurels because you know ultimately the amount of pressure that was on that deal and on Kawhi and on that team, whereas you actually had to sort of win it all to make it worth it.
Going into it, we were preparing like we thought we could be really good, and could we make a big step forward. I know one of my themes that year was let's inch forward, you know, constantly till the playoffs, and we got to be playing our best basketball at the end, and let's not get too high, too low about any big wins or bad losses or anything like that, and just keep the real focus on, you know, the day-to-day getting better. What can we learn, and how can we maximize our potential?
There's no real moment that sticks out during the season where it's like, okay, like we've made it, or like we're going to be good. But I think over the course of the regular season, it's incredibly tense as far as what's at stake, what we gave up to get to this point, and will it work out or not.
That year was stressful. It was hard. It was ups, it was downs. Kawhi was playing, he wasn't playing, he was in, he was out, he didn't want to be here. Like, it was a lot of stuff that was going on.
You know, you saw it throughout the season that there were some games that Kawhi was not playing. They called that load management. They completely made up a whole new term.
Well, there was a lot of things going on. You know, we had some emerging young players, and Pascal and OG and Freddie, Norm. You know, it was trying to figure out what we were going with them, and a little bit of a, you know, Serge and Jonas, and there was all kinds of, you know, who was going to start, how could we filter this, how could we really maximize, you know, our rotation. So there was a lot of little interesting things going on with who was going to emerge and who wasn't. So that's always kind of a really important part of the job. Like, you know, who's in your top 9 or 10, and then who's starting, who's coming off the bench, what roles are they playing, how you moving all those pieces around. And the quicker you can kind of figure those things out, the quicker everybody really knows their roles and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there was a lot going on. there was a lot going on. If there's a problem, like teams I've been on, you sit here and you're watching game film or you're at practice or whatever, and there's, and sometimes in a room like this, an elephant, there's 3 of them in there, right? And everybody freaking knows it. You need to get off your chest. Or if there's something somebody's not doing right, coaches included, right? Nobody's above being coach, especially not the coaches, right? Staff included, right? We need to get it out there. I want us to deal with them. I want us to deal with them. That's how we're going to do it. You can say, hey, Coach, I want to talk about an elephant today. Or, Coach, I need to say hi to the elephant, or whatever it is, right? I want us to have a forum where we know we can address the issues, and let's get them out of there so we can see the film and watch it clearly. And when we go to the court, we can coach clearly and play clearly and perform clearly when the ball goes up. Well, it was my first, you know, coaching job in the NBA, but I always said my training was as a head coach. I had, you know, over 20 years, you know, at a lot of lower levels, of course, but the dynamics of, you know, when there's problems, A, addressing them, and B, having solutions ready, or at least a couple different solutions. You know, I want to get to the resolution as fast as I can, and to do that, you got to have, you know, I think open communication to address the issues and just kind of lay them out there, and then even almost like forewarning them that this is a decision we're going to make here, you know, and this is going to be it, or this one, and then taking the feedback, and that gets you to the place to get to the resolution as quick as you can.
There's definitely film sessions where we got it handed to us, and he let us know. It was his first year, but he didn't care to lose his job. He's like, I'm going to fight, and I'm going to get you guys to play the right way and play good basketball.
Most of us only have job reviews once in a while, but basketball players have them like after every game, right? And once in a while they get a little, you know, whatever travel or the loss or the pressure from the outside or whatever.
You know, those type of moments in challenging situations, coaches challenging players, players challenging coaches, we never really like wavered on what the end goal was. So when you have those moments, you can do it. Like, yeah, okay, we still here together, cool, we still here. You know what I mean?
Big move by the Toronto Raptors today before the NBA trade deadline. Toronto acquires center Marc Gasol from Memphis in exchange for Jonas Valanciunas, DeLon Wright, and CJ Miles. And Toronto's 2024 second-round pick also goes to the Grizzlies in this deal.
Coach, buddy, how you doing? Good morning. What's up, man?
During trade line, everybody's a little edgy. You're not sure who's going where, who's getting traded. So everybody's a little nervous, scared if we have to get up and move. So the guys that weren't traded are like, okay, we can take a deep breath. You know, we got a good piece, and I think we can make this work.
And I think that was a huge trade deadline deal. And another tough one where, you know, giving up DeRozan, a franchise guy, to get Kawhi, okay, wow, that hurts, but wow. And then to give up Jonas Valanciunas to obviously spin into Marc Gasol. That was also one of those like, oh man, wow, look at what he's done for us.
I'm begging them to get me on the bus, man.
JB was a huge piece. Even to that championship, even though we didn't have him at the last stretch, he was a huge piece to us growing and becoming a group during that year.
If ever there was a year to go all in, this is it. The Raptors, Eastern rivals, had already made significant moves to get better, and then the Raptors made theirs, a big veteran center who can help Toronto inside and out, and definitely should strengthen their lineup down the stretch.
You know, after the Gasol trade, I felt like we felt a bit more complete. The first game was in New York. Mark meets us there. I fly, Masai flies. We're like, okay, let's see what this looks like. We just made another huge bet, not as big as the Kawhi one, but similarly. And Mark plays off the bench. And he kind of comes in and he moves, you know, imagine Mark as a backup center, which is crazy. And he just sort of moves the offense. I think there's like one crazy pass, like no look pass he makes to Fred. And it like almost broke Fred's thumb. And I asked Fred after the game, he's like, Big Man's never even seen that pass. And Mark made that pass because I didn't expect it. And it was just like a moment where I was like, okay, Mark has a chance to be a difference maker.
You know, I don't think everybody was like, this is a home run, right off the bat. But I think once he got out there and you just saw the little things that he did, like he was just tough and great passer and protected the rim in a variety of ways, and just really all he wanted to do was win. He was at this stage where, you know, he didn't shoot enough. You know, if you remember, like he wouldn't score enough for what, but you know, he could have done. But again, that fit a great role for us. And I think after, you know, maybe 10 or 12 games, everybody realized, well, boy, we got a good. That's this team. He's made us better, and we kind of I think just raised everybody's level of confidence. I think you can say that when we got Kawhi, I think everybody's level of confidence went up a step. I think Mark took it up another little step, and that's big. You know, I think really good players, that's what they do. They raise everyone else's level of play up, and it starts with confidence.
There was a point where, I don't know if you guys remember this, I was in the starting lineup, and Mark hadn't been starting at this point, but because he passed so well, I was like, man, put me with second group, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind coming off the bench and playing with Mark, because I know I'll see the ball, he'll make the right play, make the right pass.
Everybody was dying to get to the second unit because they just want to play with Mark because he was passing, and that's like the first big guy I played with that was like, he's really a point guard for real, like the way he understands the game, and he's so far ahead in his passing, and he just like, he made life so easy. He just made life easy for me.
I'd say, all right, we couldn't score, and I'd say, throw it to Mark and everybody start cutting, you know, like just start cutting, he'll find you, you know?
Once we started to see it in motion and the way Kawhi fit in with this team, I think that's when people really started to gravitate toward this team. And sometimes it takes that. It takes winning and then believing, right? Because the Raptors had all this success and people were starting to believe.
2019, by that time, we were a scalpel. We were sharp, we were trim and ready and ready to take that season. And it was a quiet, focused, surgeon-like precision that we were gonna finish in the season.
You can see it happening, and the logical steps and the progressions that were being made, and the chemistry of the team. the internal leadership. They had a world-class coach, and they really orchestrated things and really played to their strengths and managed to camouflage whatever weaknesses they might have.
Throughout that season, you watched the team and you saw the progression, you saw the growth, you saw exactly how special Kyle was as a leader, Kawhi was as a player, Fred was as a young buck, Pascal was as a developing player.
You saw the wins that they were winning. Everything was stable, everything was solid. A lot less errors, like unforced errors on the court.
Let's go out here and do our job. Execute the game plan. It's going to be a crazy emotional night, but we focus on ourselves and how we get better and continue to grow. We got a long run coming. Let's start it now. 1 on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
The Toronto Raptors finished the 82-game regular season 58-24. And now it's on to the 2019 NBA playoffs.
Here we go. Good job. 1, 2, take care of business. 1, 2, 3, Raps.
The playoffs begin, and what the Raptors hope will be a long journey. Again, that 6 straight years in the playoffs is the best streak currently showing in the East, but this team has designs on much more than just being a part of it. First up, the Orlando Magic, a team that will not be a pushover. They have given the Raptors trouble this season.
There has been a mixture of heartache and joy over the past 5 Raptor postseasons. After sweeping changes, Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster have assembled quite possibly the greatest team in Toronto basketball history. The Raptors earned the second best record in the NBA while they used those 82 games in preparation for this, the 2019 NBA playoffs. A quest for 16 wins begins now.
I remember first game against Orlando, Kawhi came out and was cooking, and me and Fred looked at each other and we were like, yo, what is going on here? Like, the way he just like, it was honestly, it felt like a light switch.
Kawhi using the Gasol screen, and he drills a three. Leonard.
Everybody's been waiting to see what the Raptors are in store for, and so far, so good.
The way he turned it on, like the shots he was making, I remember he hit a pull-up, and it was cash.
Attacking. Timeout, Orlando.
And we was like, oh man, this man's looking like Jordan. like it's crazy.
DJ Augustine with it. Augustine drills the three. 104-101. What a performance from DJ Augustine. He ties his career high.
I don't think anybody expected this, Matt.
On the verge of losing a game one. And Raptor fans certainly know the history of game ones. And that's going to do it. The Orlando Magic take game one of this best-of-7 series against the second seed, the Toronto Raptors.
Don't trade it tomorrow for nothing.
Sneak dissing. I took it personal, man. I took it personal. I was like, dog. Yeah, they blew it up. I wish I was there, especially in that series. I wish, like, man, y'all should have never traded me. So I want them to feel a little bit of that. I'm glad we got to sneak one out on their home court.
We had the film session. So after game one, we lost Orlando, and Nick got after us so bad. I mean, I'm talking about talked to us crazy. Broke the TV with his fist.
I think he threw a lot of. Nick was upset, man. He wasn't happy.
There was a TV broke, yeah.
No chairs thrown, but it was a pretty intense film session. I had 18 clips to show, and I made it through half of the first one, I think.
We have the team was supposed to win it all. We lose to Orlando in the first game of the first round at home is not a good feeling, especially for a first-year coach.
Usually, everybody would probably say it's a lot easier to get on the role players a little bit, but I was driving at the 3 or 4 main guys and saying that they needed, it was time for them to put it in 5th gear and let's air it out and it's time to roll.
I think that was the start of all right, he's pissed and he's right. So let's go out there and do our job. And I think just the overall camaraderie, the collective group was basically all we cared about was winning. And it wasn't no selfishness. It was real professional efforts every night, every day. We come in there and you didn't know what the weather was. You didn't know what the day was. We were coming in there and getting our work in.
And that's going to do it. The Toronto Raptors, for the first time in franchise history, they've won 4 in a row in the postseason, and they will now wait for Philadelphia.
Round 2 begins. It's the Eastern Conference semifinal between the Philadelphia 76ers and Toronto Raptors.
The Toronto Raptors get set to face the Philadelphia 76ers in the postseason for the first time since 2001.
The Raptors are going to get tested on every level against this Philadelphia team because of the talent, because of the coaching, and because this team is a group that has something to prove. We're going to see a lot of offensive firepower. We're going to see a lot of individual greatness on the floor, and we're going to see teams that are going to go after it because the goals are the same for both teams. Expectations are exactly the same. It's championship mentality for both squads.
This series is going to be tied at 3 games apiece. Game 7 at home in Toronto. This is Game 7. There has been much talk of 2001, of defense, of rebounds, of makes and misses, of the possibilities and the unknown of the future, and how legacies will be defined. Butler driving, ties it up. 4.2 to go. Tied at 90, and the Raptors use their final timeout, and they will have an opportunity here for a game winner.
I guess just from your perspective, is that how you drew it up?
I wouldn't say exactly, but it was the play. We'd run it several times. I'd run it dozens and dozens of times over my coaching career.
Tied at 90, and coming out of the timeout with 4.2 to go here in Game 7.
I was right there in the bench in the corner, but I'm watching the play and I'm like, wait, this is the play? I'm like, oh. And when it happens, I don't think it happened the way it was supposed to happen. Something was mistakenly off.
One thing was we were playing big. If you remember in that series, we finally went big midway through that series. So there was one guy at a place, and everybody had to move a slot. So 4 of the 5 pieces moved to somewhere they weren't used to running, but the one guy was quiet that was in his spot.
Sometimes you just get the ball to your guy and say either you're going to win it for us or you're going to lose it for us.
Gasol to inbound it.
He got the ball, he got to his right hand. I'm like, he dribbled as fast as he could. I wasn't even sure if he got it off in time. He dribbled as fast as he could to that right corner, took a leaning fade. I'm like, this is such a bad shot.
Kawhi up top, looks at the clock, turns the corner.
It hit the rim, I was like, it's going off. Then it hit the rim again, I was like,
for the win! Suspended in air in some 18 years later, the Raptors
He obviously, made a very difficult shot. And people tell me it's a lot of luck, right? That it bounces and goes in, but he certainly puts in a lot of prep.
And he has Ben Simmons chasing him and Joel Embiid. These guys are big bodies. I see them flying. Kawhi's made some tough shots, and he's 6'8", can get over the top. I said for him to get it off, I was like, oh, this is, first of all, it was incredible. And I'm like, this is not his normal shot.
He worked tirelessly on that shot. And, when we needed him to be at his best, he was at his best. But a lot of time with Phil Handy, working on that cadence, working on getting his spots on the floor, how he was going to lift up, how he was going to create a little bit more extra space to get it off. And then he did what he did, and his talent takes over. It's about as big a shot as you can make, I would think.
It went dark and it went silent. And then it was just chaos. That's probably one of the most iconic shots, ever in the history of the game.
The basketball gods were on our side at that moment. That's when I was like, all right, we have a real shot. That's when it was for me, like, we might win this thing. Because half the battle is just getting there.
I was on the other team. We had a great team in Philly with Jimmy, Joel, Tobias, JJ Redick. We just figured it out like too late. And I really felt like we were going to win that series. And by the time we really kind of figured stuff out and locked in, Kawhi made that last shot, man, which I asked him about it now. And I was like, damn, man. He was like, he told me, like, why didn't y'all double team? And I was like, I don't know. We should have.
Pack your bags, Milwaukee, here we go.
Once we got past that, I was like, oh, this is real. This is really, really real. And we got to see some special things out of Kawhi that probably not many people will ever be able to see in person again. But that's when I was like, oh, yeah, this is real. This is a possibility.
It was like, yeah, we really have a chance to do this.
I've been getting to coaching a lot, and the tournament isn't over, until you get to the end. And I was off the floor and in the office and getting ready for the next one, for sure.
Welcome, everyone, to Milwaukee. Game 1 of the best-of-7 series, the Eastern Conference Finals for the Toronto Raptors. This is the second time that they have been to the Eastern Conference Finals, 2 days removed from the greatest moment in Raptors history. Toronto enters Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals on the road against a team that owned the best record in the NBA, the Milwaukee Bucks.
Ups and downs to a playoff series and a playoff run. The first round is more spread out. The second round starts to pick up. By the conference finals, you're playing every other day. So like sometimes it may just be like a fatigued body thing. We just had played a crazy series with Philly that goes to 7. We turn around, we got to go to Milwaukee for game 1. Didn't play that well. They play lights out. It's like so many different factors and variables.
You're coming off Kawhi's shot, you go to Milwaukee, you lose 2 games, and it just feels like, okay, maybe they've run out of gas. Like, Kawhi's shot, the Philly series is really just their moment.
The Milwaukee Bucks take a 2-0 lead over the Toronto Raptors in this best-of-7 series of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Toronto's organizations of sports has been through so much turmoil that, here we go again. Here we go again.
Where do you go from here, Kawhi? Where do you go from here?
I'm going to Toronto, game 3.
Maybe what that represented, especially to maybe people in Toronto, was Kawhi been down 0-2. I think there was a level of like, this isn't that big of a deal that from the outside, right? You probably look at all the stats of being down 0-2 or whatever. We lost 2 games in Milwaukee, which wasn't a huge deal.
I remember walking out of that arena and talking to Mazai, and he goes, "We're going to be all right."
There was nothing in us, like that felt like we were done. And I remember just standing in that locker room, outside the locker room, and these guys walking out. And I made contact with Kawhi, Kyle, Marc Gasol, and Serge, and Fred. And I'll never forget, I'll never forget that eye contact. And that eye contact was, we ain't freaking done. We're not.
I didn't feel like we were in any danger of losing the series. I didn't feel uneasy or uncomfortable. I felt like at some point we were going to turn it around. There wasn't, obviously we were on edge, we were nervous, all those emotions, a sense of urgency lit a fire under us, but we went down 0-2, and I'm like, we haven't played our best basketball. I'm looking at all the positives. Like, we played in their home court. They did what they're supposed to do. Now we got to do what we're supposed to do. It's not a series till somebody wins on the road. So the hardest game was game 3.
We know what happens if you go down 3-0, right? As we do this interview now, nobody still has ever come back from 3-0 in the NBA. It takes you a couple of overtimes to win that game.
That was the game. When they won that, you went, okay, maybe. Now, maybe Masai was right. Maybe you're going to be okay, but wow, maybe this team has got something to it.
Series is a long game of basketball in itself, and a lot of people, each game is a series within itself. So like each game, it drastically can change the momentum, but it's different. Each game is different because every team makes adjustments. Certain guys come to play better than others. Certain guys aren't as healthy, but you always need one dark horse to come to life to help you get over the edge in certain series.
On the bounce, outside Fred, the good look, and it's good, and the Raptors right back in it.
I think they were the perfect amalgamation of all the pieces peaking and happening at the right time.
Fred got the new daddy energy and came out and didn't want to miss any threes, so that helped us.
Powell gets in the lane. Fred VanVleet, yes! He did!
I think it was just more so like a mental thing, and so to be able to get that little breath of fresh air to travel home, have my son, hold him, see my girl, see my daughter, kiss the babies, and then boom, all right, you back to work. It was like, okay, cool. As soon as that first shot went back in, it was like, all right, I'm hot. It's just as cold as I was, is as fast as I get hot. So that's just kind of how I felt in that moment.
The Toronto Raptors take Game 5 on the road in Milwaukee, and they are one win away from advancing to their first ever NBA Finals with a chance to take this series on Saturday night back home in Toronto.
Take advantage, man, for real. Take advantage. Stay humble and hungry. Take advantage, man. We one game away. Stay humble and hungry. Stay humble and hungry.
All those games, as we were getting closer to the playoff finals, we just got sharper and sharper, and people had this tunnel vision focus into what we needed to do, but also remembering that we're also part of a team that's going to do it together.
I never lost belief in the Raptors' resolve. And I never will forget personally how with each successive series, the lights got brighter. There was more of a focus on Toronto, and the lights got brighter, and the conversations intensified.
Behind the back, then Powell steps in, steals it. Lowry to
It literally felt like no better feeling in the world. Like, we're here, and then they do it in front of your own fans, and continue to feed off their energy, and knowing that this hasn't been done before. It was amazing. It was amazing.
24 seasons in the making. The Toronto Raptors are headed to their first NBA Finals.
I said that, throw the rope. Yes, we did it. Throw the rope, baby. Yeah.
It's so hard to put in and describing the words. Just the energy that was around that team and in that moment.
Congratulations to the 2019 Eastern Conference champions, Toronto Raptors.
Standing on the court with all the confetti around, thinking they could win this. It's legit now, it's real. There's only 2 teams left.
Welcome to Game 1 of the NBA Finals, and welcome world to Toronto, to Ontario, to Canada. For the first time ever, the NBA Finals is outside of the United States.
Please remain standing for the singing of O Canada, led by Universal Music multi-platinum selling recording artists Clifton, Fraser, and Victor.
You know, one of the things I remember most about that series was hearing the Canadian anthem being sung by 20,000 fans at the top of their lungs before Game 1.
Our home and native land.
And every time I heard, you know, the anthem play, and then everybody would carry the rest of the anthem, and I would, and just mention it now, I would get chills, and I was just like, oh my God, like this is what it's supposed to feel like. That was what it felt like to be all together as a franchise, which included the fans.
That was one of the coolest moments I'd ever experienced in sports. The vibe in the building was already off the charts just because it was their first trip to the finals, but hearing that anthem was special.
It's a switch. Leonard popped down, long pass from St. John's. Draymond.
Got evened at 1-1 against Golden State. I kind of got the team together. I said, listen, all we got to do is go out there and get one of the next 2. And Kawhi said, F that, we're going to get them both.
He was that guy for us. He was the guy to say, nah, give me the ball, and then make a shot. Give me the ball, I'm going to get us a free throw line. I mean, he's one of the best players to ever have laced him up on both sides of the floor.
We always thought that we could beat anybody who stepped on the floor. And when we have Kawhi, we have the pieces. Like, you know, they're not invincible. They're very vulnerable. So it's like we have a shot. We always had that mindset.
I remember the emotions with 5 minutes to go, and Kawhi hits those 2 shots. They call timeout. And I look around in the building, and everyone's getting emotional. Like, people are hugging each other, and we believe we're going to win the championship tonight.
Raptors down by 1. Van Fleet. Lowry for the win.
I remember Draymond, great swing. I had a chance to win championship. I was like, and then Draymond blocked the shot, and I remember like, oh, Lowry, hit the side of the backboard, and I'm like, yeah, I think I would hit the side of a backboard, a professional athlete.
I can't even describe how like the air went out of the room.
And the Toronto Raptors come up 1 point short here in Game 5.
And I think going into Game 6, I think that my focus was to show people, like, I heard, you know, you hear the things, you hear everything, you know. And I was like, I'm gonna make sure y'all know that that wasn't a assault. That was, Draymond made a great play. But y'all think I'm gonna do that? I'm gonna show y'all this is what I'm really about. And that's what I want to do, is show and prove that I was a leader of my team, and I'm gonna do whatever it took to win the basketball game. Nothing, no moment would ever make me scared.
Here's Lowry. Again, Kyle Lowry has shown up in Oakland, and he has been dominant early.
Game 6 was just, the attitude was just like, there's no way we can lose this game. You know, KD's out, Clay goes down, it's just Steph, like, let's just win it. So just being aggressive and obviously coach give me the ball, let me rock out, and you know, take advantage of some opportunities, make some big shots, big plays, and yeah, like on a big stage, you want to go out there and, you know, empty the clip and just, you know, leave it all out there, and that's kind of what that was.
What a step back, and he draws a play. Big bucket, Fred VanVleet.
had an opportunity to play against, one of the greats ever, two of the greats ever, and we knew how great that team was, their organization, their coaches. We felt like we were just as good as them.
The Toronto Raptors are the 2019 NBA champions!
Favorite memory of that year was 1000% winning Game 6, championship, celebrating, with the team. Everything just came together, made sense. It's kind of like that storybook movie ending.
Really hard, man, to win the NBA title. It's really, really hard, man. You gotta have some great health. You gotta have some fortunate bounce or two. You just gotta keep really fighting because it's a 2 months of grueling sport.
It's real. The Raptors win their first NBA championship.
To see it happen in Golden State and to see all those Toronto fans in Golden State, obviously a lot of pride, and it just made me not know what to say, but just to stand up and clap and cry for this team that I never thought would get to that day. Didn't seem like it.
I don't know whether you'll ever see, because it was so new when we had been without a championship for so long, people were hugging. It didn't matter what color you were or what size you were or whatever. Everyone was just happy to be Canadian, happy to be from Toronto. It was heaven. It really was.
The joy that I saw for the coaching staff, the players, Masai, Bobby, like it looked like kids' happiness again. Like it was a different type of joy of just simply winning and knowing all the work that they put in.
Going to Vegas the next day and like partying and Drake comes and we're partying with them at XS. That was a good time. That was a lot of fun. I remember Phil Handy had to give me his sunglasses because my eyes, I was so drunk. He had to put the glasses on me because he's like, I can't have you walking out looking this bad.
You better walk out with the trophy. Who got the trophy?
Party all night, go to Vegas the next day, party all summer, come back, come to Toronto, do the parade. Like that 6 to 8 weeks there, after winning, it was like something that I can't describe, if I had to.
When we came back here in the parade, there cannot be a better parade than the Raptors championship parade ever.
It was a way longer parade, 3 times the amount of hours than we expected. So everybody's in the sun, everybody's drinking more than they wanted to, and some guys got a little more intoxicated than they expected. So yeah, Mark was definitely the star of the show for the parade.
Did you see Kyle Lowry with the Damon Stoudamire jersey on from back in those days when things were rough?
Did you know it was gonna happen?
I didn't know. No.
It was a game worn. It wasn't even like a throwback. It was a game worn jersey.
Hey, well, I gave Kyle a game worn jersey now. So I think for me, I really appreciated that, and I think that it told me that he was actually listening to the stuff I was saying, and he appreciated the things that I did for him. For me, I look at him like a little brother. Just happy for him, man. He deserved it. Him holding the trophy at the parade, raising the trophy up high for the people to see. He exemplifies what the people, he exemplifies with that. At that time, the city, Toronto Raptors, and Kyle Lowry all needed each other. You know what I'm saying? They all needed each other.
This is, on every level, the most massive, incredible crowd gathered
here in downtown Toronto. Estimates up to 2 million people gathered.
Everybody in Toronto is here, young, old. We got people in their suits. We got signs in different languages. This is truly the world in one city, and everybody is here representing. Everybody feels a part of it. Everybody feels like a champion, and that they should.
That celebration of that championship felt like, I mean, the crowds in Toronto were bonkers, but the country was celebrating. That's something a sports team can do that not a lot of other things can do. The way it can bring communities together, focus on positive things, focus on, you know, some people might call it trivial things, but feeling good is not trivial.
It was great. It was awesome to see the whole nation respond, not just Toronto. But it shows, again, the power that basketball can bring a community together.
When the Raptors won in 2019, I felt like I won because all the hard work, all the dedication, the fans been supporting us since '95, since day one. And for us to get a championship, I was happy for the city.
You know, for me, it was an incredible feeling of like, wow, you know, they finally did it.
Just joy for the town, for the city, for the organization. I saw it as a reward for all the hard work that Maple Leaf Sport Entertainment and the Toronto Raptors put in.
It's almost like I won. That's how I felt, but not because of just being part all those years. It's just because all the friends that I have in the team. That's what you work for. It's so hard to win a championship.
I do feel like I had a tiny little piece of it because I got to start the 905 and because I got to be there kind of at the beginning of it and that foundation was built. So of course, like I was so excited when the organization won a championship because I knew how much had gone into it.
I was super happy for my guys, you know. They deserved it, you know. It was not just 1 year of building something.
I was like a proud papa. I could see Kyle, I saw Fred VanVleet grow up, saw Pascal, OG, all those kids. Like I started OG, I started Pascal. So watching those guys grow through that, I was proud.
I was very happy, man. I was happy for I just knew what it would do for the city, for the country, for the youth. You know what I mean? I knew what type of inspiration would come.
It kind of just also showed the world that, one, look at our fans. Our fans are over here. We care about basketball, we're passionate. We know what basketball is, you know, as well as you can win here. And then I think it just really helped a lot of the younger kids growing up now. They're gonna grow up with the Raptors are a championship team. Like basketball is excellent down here.
I never doubted basketball would work here. And I think one of my proudest moments was the summer after we won the championship. I would meet, 70-year-old men and they'd say, I never really watched a basketball game, or I only watched the last 2 minutes until the Raptor playoff. And my wife and I would watch every minute of the game. And that's the basketball I knew. Like, you watched the very beginning of the game and you were riveted. And it was fun to see that resonating across the country.
I just felt like there was a belief here that, it was almost impossible to do. It's impossible to win the big thing. In my mind, sports is about winning. You only do this for one reason alone, and it's to win. And I strongly believe, I felt like we would win here. I felt this city, this organization, this fan base, all of it had it.
Next time
on Open Gym.
The word that I have to describe this team right now is transition. There's still a lot of great talent on this team. They're just young.
The organization has done a great job making sure those guys are in the gym and building that chemistry and camaraderie.
We like each other. Our bond is pretty good. It's just us and good people being around good people.
Who doesn't come to Toronto and absolutely love it? The future is bright, it's fun. Obviously we want to get back to winning, and I think that second ride up will be hopefully more fun than the first.
that's going to do it. San Antonio takes it. They finish the season 34-48. The Raptors 30-52. And that puts a wrap on the 2024-2025 season.
Thank you. Thank you, all players, coaches, front office, medical, performance. We have outstanding people in this organization that care about each other, okay? This season was ups and downs. It was good moments, great moments. It was sad moments, like it was everything, okay? We all need to learn from this season and to set ourselves for a lot of success in coming season, okay? Off season starts now, okay? But in 5 minutes, new season preparation for every day. And what I mean by that, you need to disconnect. Do whatever you need to do. But like when we get back to work, we need to push each other to go to the next another level, okay? Because all of us in this room, we deserve to win. We deserve to win big in this league, and we have enough in this room to win big in this league. Love you all. Thank you for surviving me every single day. I know that I'm a pain in the ass. I know it's not easy to work with me. Thank you for staying with me and the coaches and everybody else. You guys are outstanding. Keep building and keep trusting each other. Love you all. Here we go.
And 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, family.
Yeah, nice wrap. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. Let's go. Now put your helmets on because we got work to do. This is our first team meeting. One thing that I want you to notice is this logo over here that represents 30 years of Toronto Raptors. 30 years of history. You're here sitting in the seats of some great players, Hall of Famers that were here before you guys, and you have the same expectation for you to one day become part of that history and become one day Hall of Famer and All-Star and all of that, all right? What is our goal as a team, as an organization? It's simple. Larry O'Brien Trophy. This is why all of us are here, to win the championship. And if you don't believe it, if you don't believe in to winning a championship with this organization, the best thing is right now, leave the room. I don't care. But if you're staying here, if you're with us, you're giving your 100% and you're completely committed to the team with the goal to win the championship. It's a process over outcome. That's our huge focus this year. We're gonna be focused on the process. How we practice, how we compete, how we communicate, how we're doing as a team. All of that is gonna be huge for us to learn what the process is. Win or lose, it's the same mentality. You guys feel me? Let's go. Thank you, let's hear you.
Together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Together.
My expectations for the team, I thought we were going to be good. It all started in training camp, we were getting after it, talking to each other, pushing each other. We had the right tools to just build the foundation of our team.
Very young group, so obviously trying to improve, just not take any day for granted. I think we did that to the best of our ability.
Push him inside, and it ended up that we made a shot.
You could feel that we have a great energy, that the group is connected, that the group is excited to be with each other. And it was a great opportunity for us from day one to start establishing our habits and working on our culture.
Together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Together.
Playing together, working together, figuring things out, and honestly getting better. We got a lot of young guys, a lot of rookies coming in, and just trying to have a full season under our belt.
I didn't know what to expect. Something you worked for all your life. So when I was really coming in, I just expected a lot of competition. Expected everybody to be elite every day in practice. We was getting after it, being around the guys. Kind of found myself as a player and a person.
I was very bright-eyed, just
learning and trying to figure out where my role is going to be and how it can help this team. So I'm just, really just trying to figure out what I was going to be for the whole year.
I felt really good about the group. I thought we could kind of exceed a lot of these expectations that kind of like the league or the media or whoever had for us. I think unfortunately with like injuries and stuff like that, we couldn't always show that, but I think when we actually had the time and like everybody available, we showed what we can do. We knew there were going to be ups and downs, but just trying to get on the same page on how we were trying to play, building the culture that we're trying to, build and set here. We enjoy spending time together. We enjoy playing basketball together. So that obviously really helps. And that's like a big part of the foundation that we wanted to build for us to be successful in the future.
I've been saying this is definitely the most camaraderie I've been around as a group.
Honestly, it's pretty cool, just to be able to come to work and have fun and enjoy your work, enjoy being in a competitive environment, and enjoy being in a place where everybody enjoys being around each other is something that is very cool.
It makes it fun every single day to come and play basketball. Nothing this year was dragging us down, wins as losses. We're still the same group, and I think that's super important for a team.
To be honest with you, in my 29 years of coaching now, this might be the best team chemistry I ever had on a team.
The stronger your team is, those moments when adversity hits, it's gonna make you guys be able to get through those moments. So I think with us being so tight, close, it's just gonna lead to a long way for us.
Hey, keep stacking on three. 1, 2, 3. Keep stacking.
We have a lot of memories, this team, already. The little ball where we all kind of got dressed up and had the painting competition and stuff and all of that.
It's getting worse.
I think that was really fun. That was the first time we were all together, kind of dressed up and just kind of conversate and hang out. We got a lot of pictures, we got a lot of memories out of that. And I still think I got robbed on the painting competition, but we don't have to get into that.
Mine was the best.
We always have good talks, we always laughing. There was really never anybody that was like out of the loop or anything. So I love this team.
We have a lot of fun. We really enjoy each other. Like we always hang out off the court.
It's a lot of the cities we go to. Someone hit the group chat like, who trying to go get food, and it won't just be a couple people. It'll be a good 8, 9, 10 people go every time.
Darko's been very deliberate and like intentional about like getting the group together. I think it's also guys like Scotty, who's like our team leader, who goes out of his way to like set up dinners, events, like just little things on the road where he's like, he'll shoot a text in the group chat. It's like, yeah, we're going over here. Like whoever wants to join can join.
And speaking of good guys, Scotty took you shopping.
Yeah, at the beginning of the year.
On the way to take Rick shopping, we're going to like a vintage designer. They have a lot of things. Vintage Balenci, vintage Rick, vintage
right
Babe.
Beside my office.
Vintage everything. Going there with the work, show your face, work. Cheese! Awesome, let's do it. Meet y'all there.
See the Rook, man. My boy, tell him about the shop, bro. Tell him about you.
Let me fill you in where we at. I mean, not where we at.
We're not telling nobody where we at.
Not where we at, but walked in, eyes automatically was like, I already knew what time it was, you feel me? As soon as he figured out I like clothes, he was like, yo, Rook, come with me. So just like something quick like that. Like that's how everybody is. That's how we just got a bunch of genuine guys that just like to make everybody happy and make sure everybody feels included.
Just to get to know him, what he's into, what he likes to do. Small stuff like that just goes a long way. I recognize that Jacoby's a big Balenciaga guy. I think we got that in common. So, that brings us together as well.
I told you, I need to get these jeans. It was funny, I think I was getting clothes. I was like, this game 50, this game 60. But man, by game 50, 60, you was running out of clothes. Definitely need this one. Need this one. Come on now, I need this one. I see the vision already. Check back like game 50. Game 50.
You know, it's not just about shopping. You know, he's really into fashion. You know, he likes certain types of music. Getting to know what his family is like. I can't just go and tell somebody to do something if it has a bad effect on them if I just go out there and do that. So getting to know who people are as people, that makes you a real leader and have a connection deeper than what basketball brings. Still take care of the rook though, no matter what. He don't know yet. Still gotta take care of the rook.
Yeah, bro.
Appreciate you, bro.
You got me right, bro.
Come on, bro. You know I got you right, bro.
I'll never miss a shot ever again, bro.
Get Brooke right.
Appreciate it. That experience, it was fun. You know, I think that just kind of showed me what person Scotty was early. You know, him being the leader on the team, and then him just, you know, choosing me early, picking me out early, just to kind of bring me under his wing as one of his rooks. So that was pretty cool.
When you look around the globe, you don't see any prime minister being 23 years old or a president of the country or CEO of the company. For leaders, you need to mature and you need to grow into that role. And Scotty has those natural instincts in him.
You know, it's one way to be a leader of, you know, going out there and, you know, doing it and just leading by example. He's been doing that, obviously, but there's a difference when, you know, it's kind of the audible and he's talking and telling you what spots to be at and stuff like that. And I feel like that's his biggest growth point.
He had a lot on his plate this year, and I think that he handled it the best possible way. I think that he grew up so much as a leader, understanding how he needs to talk to the different teammates, how he can influence the game. In so many things on the court and off the court, we saw outstanding growth of Scotty as a leader of our group.
Him as a leader, I think he's taken a jump as far as just his willingness to, you know, kind of voice his opinion, voice what we need to do.
The way he found his voice throughout the year, you know, from, you know, not knowing what to say sometimes to, you know, just giving us a great speech at the end of the year after the game, telling us he loved us.
Proud of y'all boys, man. Fight every single game, every play, practice. Really enjoyed that. Yeah.
You tell how much Scotty cares about this team, how much he cares about what he does, like him as a basketball player. And I thought he picked a great moment. You could tell he was getting a little bit emotional about it, like that really meant the world to him, even though it was a rough year.
It was fun, man. Y'all made a lot of fun for me. I don't know about y'all, but it made a lot of fun for me, wins, losses. I just love y'all boys, man.
Stuff's cool. You know, he didn't have to do that, especially after a loss. He had a really, really good game. Like, he didn't have to, you know, take the time to kind of share that. And, you know, telling us he loves us and stuff like that's big time to hear from a guy like that.
To be honest, I just had a huge rush of emotions. You know, I love this team. I love the guys on our team. I'm just super proud of the way that they fought throughout the whole entire year. We fought, we had injuries, we still went out there and battled. So I'm just super proud of what these guys brought to the floor every single game.
You know, to have a person like that leading us, you know, I think that'll carry us a long way just because he cares so much about us. And I'm excited to follow him.
It happens naturally for him. He's very appreciative of his teammates and all the people in the organization and medical and performance and coaches and front office. And he really wanted to voice to his teammates how much he loves his teammates and how much their support means to him as well. We are very lucky to have him as the face of our franchise.
I think just with the group that we have, they just make it so much easier for me. Guys that listen, want to win. You know, that just makes it so much easier for me to be able to get to know these guys, what their main focus, their main intentions, they want to play the right way. All those little things that lead to winning, these guys are ready to do. These guys understand, they listen, they know I know the game. You know, these guys make it easy for me.
Loose ball, scooped up, Shed, lead pass, Scotty, layup. Raptors Raptors lead by 10. It's a 20-4 run. And here's Battle the three. Oh, it's a Sunday afternoon. The touch is good. Oh! Jamal Shead rising up. Mobo, and this is what the Raptors do.
This was a big year for us and how we wanted to get things started. And our young guys has helped us out so much as well.
Some teams, they just got one rookie, maybe two, but us having five, me, JB, Maul, J-Mo, and Orich. All being young guys, all playing together with G League out here, all getting mints. It was really cool. Something I'll never forget and take for granted.
I feel like, little brothers all just growing up together at the same time. So, just a blessed, situation that we're in.
I think that definitely made it easier for all of us mentally, knowing that there's a bunch of people that are going through the same thing as you.
We saw a lot of the young guys really starting to have an impact out there.
Here's Walter. Walter puts it up and in! Jacoby Walter, the rookie from Baylor, delivers a three.
Time we go in there and learn. It's not us just going in there just listening. It's us asking questions, trying to understand the game more. So I feel like, that's what's different about our rookie class, kind of mature, going in there asking questions, learning from, vets, asking for advice. We all just want to learn and, be on the same page.
This is the first triple-double of a season by a rookie.
That's kind of the identity of the team. So, I want to follow the identity.
When you are doing those things and have all those things in the right place, like the only way you can, go is up.
Our team is, has been built from a good foundation. The players we have, the type of players we have, the type of people we have. I think our foundation has been built to win. The coaching staff we have, top to bottom, I think our team is set up to win.
Every game, we're getting better and better. If we continue on that pace, wins are gonna come. Wins are gonna come. And everything we do is to win, okay? Keep putting in, don't fall back, at any point, don't get discouraged. It's not how many times you fall down, it's how many times you step up and get up and continue fighting, all right? You ready?
Yes, sir.
Dana, let's get it.
Let's go. I like the honest conversation in real time. Everybody's able to get on the next person. Darko is good at having healthy relationships and having a balance of encouraging people, but also getting on them. And I think that's what I like about it the most.
At the end of the day, we all want the same thing. It's very important to have good communication, to be open and honest with each other, to have hard conversations when we need to have hard conversations, working together, and we're trying to maximize the opportunity we have.
Why are you playing so timid? No cuts, no force, nothing in the rim. You're a little bit overthinking the game right now. I need you to relax, have fun out there and play hard. That's all it is. Come on, let's go.
I think biggest blessing for me was being paired with Darko. He's a really good players coach. He understands his players. And, he told me from day one, find your footing. And then once you find your footing, help everybody else find theirs.
It's been a partnership. It's been inviting, encouraging, just to have everybody on the same page, trying to make sure that I'm bettering myself every single day, whether it's health-wise, on the floor, off the floor, in the weight room, in the training room. They've all put a plan together to just try to make me better, and that's encouraging.
I definitely feel like it's unique that a lot of teams probably don't have. Just continuing to accept all the coaching that they're giving us because they're putting us in position to be successful, and then it's on us to go out there and execute.
Good, keep playing, good.
Well, I do think that's the most important part of the coach and the coaching staff is to help players to grow and improve. And as a sum of that, individual improvement comes the improvement of the whole group. Front office did outstanding job of identifying talented players and young players that have potential to continue to grow. So it was a lot of fun.
Let's go, Grady. Let's go. Energy, let's go. Let's go. Lead us. Here we go. Energy right away. Let's go. Energy right away. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, Yak, right away.
The word that I have to describe this team right now is transition. It's a transitional period because there's still a lot of great talent on this team. If you really look at the roster, they're just young. And I think that experience is going to come.
Part of the building is knowing that it's not going to be perfect right away. But, we're humans, so sometimes that's hard, but it, pays off in the long run. And I think to where we've gotten here at the end of the season, we saw a huge growth and we saw ourselves get better throughout the year.
I don't want to set expectations on us or anything, but I think the sky's the limit for us.
I expect us, right off the gates, to be amazing.
Winning. I don't think it's nothing else. It's just winning.
I think adding BI and BI, Scotty, Quick, RJ, and Yacht, that's a pretty good five right there. And I think they'll take us far, but I think that backup unit and what we can grow into, and I think we could help them and we could go really far.
You're going to see a group that's going to go out there and work hard. We're going to be adding, Brandon Ingram, so that'll be new. And, I think it's going to be, we're going to really shock some people.
I see a group that, want to make the next step, is going to take the next step, and just a fun group that going to go out and play tough and play hard.
To be able to see Brandon flourish is just going to be super happy. He had some ankle problems this year, so I'm just ready to see him go out there on the floor and be back to who he is. But I also want to challenge him every single day to grow and be better for our team. I can't wait for him to push me as well.
Yeah, I'm anxious to get back on the floor, especially healthy. There's still a teaser that I gotta wait another 5-6 months to get back on the floor and actually play games, but I think that's a good chance to build some chemistry with my teammates, see how we can beat for next year.
It's so loud.
Year one of our rebuild is behind us, and I think it was very successful for our group. Now it's going to be time for us to make next steps.
Man, 30 years.
Yes. Good. Good. Yes, sir.
Till I get back. I'm a little intelligent.
How are you, man? You man? Good, man.
30 years. It was amazing to be a part of.
It's super special, seeing the guys and fans and the past players that kind of paved the way, for this organization.
The 30 years anniversary, you see all the alumni in the gym. It's just like, man, one day you can see yourself being here, and it's just like, it's more than just a name on a jersey. It's what you bring to a whole country.
Just seeing greatness, it kind of inspires you, and I think the whole year has been that.
You've seen a lot of alumni, and that shows what the organization, how much everybody really loves the city of Toronto itself. Having so much alumni come back just to watch us, come to support us, give us wisdom. I appreciate them for coming back. I saw a lot of people I never thought I would ever see, Vince, Muggsy coming back, Terrence Ross coming here, just a lot of people I never thought I would see that are pretty iconic for the Raptors.
This was a special year for Raptors fans, Raptors history, the organization and as a whole. And, to be a part of it and continue to try to grow it and try to cement a legacy, all this stuff was just super motivating.
The Raptors have a lot of history, not only the NBA can stand on, but all of Canada, all of North America.
30 years, I've been here 11 of them, so maybe a little more than a third. Huge amount of respect for this franchise, I think, around the NBA now.
Honestly, just the trajectory of everything. From when it started, that's probably the vision that everybody had. It's, from a global standpoint, very respected.
You can tell that the fans, they expect to win now. Before they were learning basketball, learning, the culture of the NBA. the 30 years of having basketball there, winning a championship, now they expect to win, so and they want to win.
I think that they have made a statement in terms of being a really sustainable product. And when you go to the games now, it's an insightful, informative crowd. It is a basketball club, entertainment. So it's changed a lot.
I think of the city as it's grown since 2013. It's an international destination. It probably always was to a degree, but you see Drake, you see The Weeknd, you see the Raptors, you see the city. Who doesn't come to Toronto and absolutely love it?
I think now we're slowly trying to start building that next era. I believe this is the start of it.
What quickly Barrett and Barnes can do together will be something special to see build and come together.
The future's bright, it's fun. Obviously, we want to get back to winning, and I think that, that second ride up will be hopefully more fun than the first.
Thank you.